Good morning. How's everybody feeling? Excellent, yeah? That's a good start. I wasn't at the party all the way to the end, but I got to see a few clips, and so I'm positively surprised that we have so many people already for our first talk. Then a short language class for myself. An milas aptaista elinika eko kazei ena iPhone parakallo epikoneste mazimu. So if you speak Greek fluently and have lost an iPhone, please contact Matthias. Matthias, please wave. There's an iPhone that has, again, this is assumption, but it has a Greek screen lock. So there's one on your iPhone. If you talk Greek and have lost one, contact Matthias. Excellent. What we're going to do today is pretty much the same thing we did yesterday. We're going to be looking at different sides of Ruby, and also lightning talks. Hope everybody got the message for those who are going to talk in the afternoon after lunch, and also the city talks will take place. Perfect. You look like we're ready to go. I'm happy. The first talk reviews all the things which enable Ruby developers to use a secure programming language with easy package management in a supportive community. For the first talk, I give it to Adarsh Pandit. Adarsh, please.
There we go. Okay, hi, good morning. Good morning. Yeah, there we go. I figured because things went a little bit late last night. It to my talk, I'm honored to be here. I know some of you might be a little bit tired, so I appreciate you making the effort to come in. I left a little bit early, but I noticed that some of you are quite the dancers. I did not know that about our community. That's pretty cool. You're out here looking like the Finnish Prime Minister dancing around. It's great stuff. Well done. So I'm Adarsh Pandit. I'm from California in the United States. And today I'm going to talk about the technical and organizational infrastructure of our Ruby community, which is to say I'm going to cover critical projects of Ruby World, how they work, who supports these projects, things like that. Many people this week have been making reference to Ruby and Rails thriving for 100 years, and this is my guess at how we might be able to accomplish that. So I'm so excited to be here in Finland. This is my first time being here. It's such a beautiful city. It's really easy to get around, and the food is delicious. It's just been a great experience. I also like how it's a bit of a contradiction. It's supposed to be the happiest place on earth, but also has the angriest music, maybe? So today's goals for our talk today, first, we're going to learn a little bit more about Ruby infrastructure systems on which we all depend on, some of us daily. And in this talk, I'm going to expand the definition of infrastructure. I'm going to include some more things that you might not necessarily think of, not just servers and code and network capabilities, but things that are really important that hold all of us together as a community. Second, I'm going to inspire you, hopefully, to get involved in community and Ruby infrastructure, or at the very least inspire or maybe push a little bit to get your organizations to be contributors to our community. And third, I'm going to talk about bikes. So what's the reason for this? Why are we covering this material? We depend on so many things without knowing how they work, or who works on them, or what keeps them functioning. We especially don't think about who's doing the work or how these projects are run. This is a kind of paradox. We don't need to care about what happens when we run bundle exec and we load our packages when we're doing our development. Because when the infrastructure is done properly, it feels invisible. It's like it always has been there and it always will be there. But everything comes to a screeching halt when things like that don't work. So that's why I feel like these are important things to talk about. And if you remember anything from my talk, this is really the point. I'm going to try and hit this several times, which is that someone has to build and maintain the infrastructure of our community, and it might be you. And also, someone has to pay for building and maintaining our infrastructure in our community, and that also might be you and your company. So a little bit about my work life. I'm a Ruby developer since 2011 and a consultant. I've been a director with Ruby Central and Ruby Together for 6 years. Ruby Central, some of you may have heard of it. It's a nonprofit which supports Ruby infrastructure. We organize RubyConf and RailsConf every year when we can, pandemic notwithstanding. And we also pay for a lot of our shared open source infrastructure, including Bundler and Ruby Gems. We support lots of other smaller projects, but those are really the main ones that we work on. I want to put a quick plug in here for RubyConf and RubyConf Mini, both of which are happening in a few weeks. They're going to be super cool and a lot of fun. Get your tickets now. Why 2 RubyConfs? Many of our attendees can't travel to Texas because of safety concerns. And Gemma, who's gave a great talk yesterday and who's up here in the front row, has done a ton of work to organize another way for those folks to be part of the RubyConf experience. So definitely look those up, and if you can attend, it'd be great to see you there. A bit about my non-work life. I love bicycles. At the beginning of the pandemic, this is sort of a recent thing. So at the beginning of the pandemic, I started cycling, and it's become a really deep affection and love. I was homeschooling my 2 small kids, like many of us parents were. And pretty quickly, I realized that I needed some kind of outlet for my mental health. I bought a road bike to get exercise, to get outside, and to be able to socialize in a COVID-safe environment. And I got really into it, and nowadays I ride a few thousand kilometers every year. This is a picture of me riding on a charity ride from San Francisco to Los Angeles, which is about 500 miles, or I think 800 kilometers. I ride for fun, but I also take my kids to school. These are my kids. On this e-bike, which is specially designed for the purpose. My wife took this photo of us on the day of my younger one's first day of school in kindergarten. And this is just really a special time when we get to go to school together like this. But when you ride around on a bicycle with your kids, the first thing you start to think about is safety. And it becomes top of mind, and you think a lot more about how the world around you could be a lot more safe for your children. And since I started taking my kids to school this way, I became very aware of the road infrastructure of our town, where I live in Oakland, California. So today I'm going to talk about infrastructure in 2 parts. Excuse me. I'm going to bring together 2 things that I think are really important for me, but also for all of us here in this room, which is bicycle infrastructure and Ruby infrastructure. Hopefully I can help us all understand what leads to good infrastructure and how that can improve all of our lives here. Now, the way that I look at things with a view towards infrastructure is really radically impacted by this book, Thinking in Systems, by Donella Meadows. And to clarify, I am not an expert on systems thinking. I'm sure many of you know a lot more about it than I do, and I'd love to talk about it and learn from you afterwards. But I did learn a lot from this book. She wrote this book in the 90s, but died in 2001, which is very unfortunate. Her colleagues edited her manuscript and then published it for her in 2008. It's really a shame that she didn't see it published, because it's really just such a great book, in my opinion. But she summarizes her thesis like this. The central concept is that systems behaviors are not caused by exogenous events, but rather are intrinsic to the system itself. And that's kind of a mouthful, and there's another way of thinking about that, which is the purpose of a system is what it does. The purpose of a system is what it does. The outcome of it is the purpose of the system. In this view, when we see outcomes in the world, sometimes you might hear yourself or others say, the system is broken. In the United States, some people say the election systems are broken. Or in my town, I often say the transit systems are broken. But no system is truly broken. What it does is its purpose by definition. We might not like what it's doing, but that's its purpose. And if a system is not doing what we want it to do, we have to understand it, get involved, and redesign it. I'm going to be talking a lot about systems, so let's really just kind of define it quickly. For me, a system is a bunch of things which interact with each other to form a whole. It's a little bit broad because there's all kinds of different systems. For example, right here at this conference, we have an AV system, which is allowing you to see my slides and hear my voice. There's a heating system going on, which keeps us all from freezing. There are lunch systems set up by the organizers, which help us get diet-appropriate food. There's coffee delivery systems, which keep you awake during this talk. Thank you for that one. Computer programs, of course, are complex systems, so they're assemblies of subsystems. There's the application itself, the database, the offline queuing. All of it works together toward one purpose. Let's look at some other examples. This is Oulu. I think I'm pronouncing that correctly. I'm sorry if I'm not. Oulu, Finland. This is about 600 kilometers north of us in central Finland. It's a town of about 200,000 people. And the temperatures are below freezing 6 months out of the year, even during the day. It's very cold. It is considered also to be the winter cycling capital of the world, and I want to tell you why. This is a protected bicycle and pedestrian path, part of a network of almost 900 kilometers of these paths. These paths are shared between cyclists and pedestrians. But the signs on the road, painted on the road here, are invisible once it snows. And the cyclists kept colliding with the pedestrians. And the city designers thought to themselves, how can we solve this problem? So they built these street lamp-looking things, which you can see up here on the left, to project the signage down onto the snow. They also take the snow and they collect it and mix it with gravel and pound it down to make like kind of this more firm, straight road. I should note in Finland, winters are very dark, so this works very well for most of the day. So in this town in January, for example, you get about 4 hours of daylight between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. So then what is the purpose of this transportation system? We can look at the result of the system, which is that even though it's freezing for half of the year, 22% in this town are taken by bicycle, even despite the temperature, by people of all ages. This is a school in the same town. This school has 1,200 students. On this particular day, the high temperature was minus 17 C, or 1 degree Fahrenheit. When this picture was taken, 1,000 kids came to school on bicycles out of 1,200, which is over 80%. Imagine all the things that needed to be in place for this to happen safely, for all the parents in this town to let their kids ride their bikes to school. This system is designed to allow kids to safely bike to school regardless of the weather. This is Tampere, another town in Finland. Again, I'm so sorry if I'm butchering these pronunciations. And this is a road that's been redesigned between 1998 and 2022. And so let's examine some of the differences between these two pictures. So on the left, we see a lot of cars, and on the right, we see a lot of other things happening. And this looks a lot more like maybe what we see outside here in Finland today. So we see trams and tram tracks. We see a lack of cars. It's in fact very hard to see a car in this picture. We see the appearance of bicycles and pedestrians. People are walking around here. There's a cyclist here on the left. And to me, there's two really striking things about this. Number one, there's a lot more ways to get around. Instead of, on the left, there's really kind of one, maybe two, there's a bus here in the background. And on the right, there's a lot more options for how to get from place to place. So let's ask, what's the purpose of this system? The purpose of this system, in my view, is to move lots of people on the roadways as safely as possible, however they want to travel. This is Finland. This is a bike tour that I took on Wednesday morning. This is my guide. His name is Jari. He used to be a bike messenger, and now he's an ornithologist. And you can notice here on the left, there's a line of parked cars that serves as a barrier as well as this curb here that separates the moving traffic from the bike path. It's building fault tolerance into the system. We don't have to ask the drivers to avoid us as cyclists. They really don't have an option to do us much damage. And also, this is a great example of a lovely autumn day here in Helsinki. So we can kind of just watch this and have a little moment of zen. If you get a chance to rent a bicycle, there's a great bike share program here. You should definitely rent a bike and ride around. Excuse me. This is what biking is like where I live. This is Camino Pablo Road near my house in California. I very regularly ride on this road, and I don't think twice about it until I came here. The bike lane is this, let's see, I have a laser, this narrow strip of pavement right here. And you can, it's delineated by this kind of cracked white paint on that side there. The lane merging in off the right is an off-ramp from this freeway overpass. You can see the freeway is up there, and the exit ramp comes around, and then the cars come off this way onto this road. The angle of the lane is not designed for cars to slow down. They're coming off the freeway very quickly, and they continue to go very fast as they come onto this road and merge together. This is obviously very dangerous for cyclists. However, this system is not broken. It is not broken. It's doing exactly what it was designed to do, which is to allow cars to go as fast as possible. Actually, a funny thing happened while I was doing research and scrolling the internet. I was personally attacked by this meme. In fact, this looks almost identical to the road that I ride on very regularly, although it's even better than the one that I have. It's got better paint, and it's got a picture and a nice green lane there. So this was humbling. So what are the outcomes of these two systems? What's the result? Here in Finland, investment in the transportation systems, including transit, cycling, and even car infrastructure, has completely eliminated pedestrian and cyclist deaths. In 2019, for the first time, no pedestrians or cyclists died as a result of traffic accidents. In the US, we tolerate 850 bicycle deaths and 47,000 injuries a year. Those are 2019 numbers. It's definitely gone up. We tolerate 6,000 pedestrian deaths and 76,000 injuries and 40,000 driver deaths. Most of those are drivers colliding with other drivers. 40,000 people. So the purpose of the Finnish transport system is to eliminate deaths as well as to get people to where they want to go, however they want to get there. What's the purpose of the US transit system? This is the impact of the lack of safe roads. And I put both of these together to contrast, for contrast. This is data, again, from 2019. This is per capita road deaths per 100,000 inhabitants. There are, of course, lots of factors at play here. I'm not going to list them all, but there's a lot going on here, and it is very striking. But to me, the different system purposes are pretty clear. In the US, the roads are designed to move cars quickly. And in Europe, the roads are designed to move people quickly and safely. But how did this come about? How did this difference arrive? How did Finland achieve such a different outcome than other countries? Why is the transportation system here so different? So I'm going to read this slide, even though everybody says you never do that. For the last 50 years, all fatal crashes and some non-fatal ones have triggered the formation of a multidisciplinary accident assessment panel. The panels are funded through revenue collected from auto insurance premiums, and their membership includes experts in traffic planning, human behavior, law enforcement, and healthcare. Following its investigation, each panel releases a public report with recommendations. Helsinki officials say that the findings regularly lead to policy changes, such as adjusting road geometry and changing traffic lights. So let's break down the pieces of this that are important. After a crash in Helsinki, a new group is created to investigate and look into the root causes. The people involved come from lots of different disciplines. They attack the problem from a lot of different angles. It is funded by the auto users, who are the source of the problem. And the results are public. And most importantly, the results lead to change in the system. They apply the learnings. If this sounds familiar, by the way, this might sound a lot like a blameless postmortem that you might have experienced. By contrast, in the US, we do this kind of multidisciplinary investigation for airplane crashes, but not for car crashes. There is very little priority for making streets safer, either for the driver or the people outside the car. Mostly the government blames the driver. In 2013, they released this chart that said that 94% of crashes are due to drivers. This system avoids discussing how deadly cars can be by blaming the people driving them instead of poor road design. So why do the Finns have better streets and safer streets than in the United States? What leads to this difference? In my opinion, the difference is governance. For me, governance is how a system is managed. It's all the boring stuff. It's committees, reports, meetings, documentation, onboarding, research, and so on. But in this case, the boring stuff is saving lives. Okay, this is a Ruby conference. Why is this guy talking about cycling and street design? I believe the same things that make Finland one of the safest places to bicycle can also make our programming community flourish. Things like transparency and documentation, competent advisory boards, setting goals, aligning strategies, accountability, checks and balances, ethics and integrity, values, things like that. In short, all of these things that comprise governance. So let's look at the important parts of Ruby world and ask about governance. For me, these are the essential parts of Ruby world. Your mileage may vary. This is just an example and hoping to start a conversation. There's Ruby, the language itself, and again, for the purposes of this talk, I'm just going to talk about MRI. There's Rails and other frameworks. There's gems and libraries, package management. There's community, which is kind of an umbrella term I'm using to include conferences like this, meetups, online spaces, things like that. And learning world, which is tutorials, videos, books, boot camps, Q&A sites, things like that. I'm going to say that these 6 elements comprise the big pieces that make Ruby world as good as it is. And if you remove any one of these pieces, writing software with Ruby gets much harder, less productive, and a lot less fun. So let's ask some questions about how these are governed. For each project, I'm interested in 3 areas. Number 1, who's doing the work? Number 2, how are the decisions made? And number 3, who pays for the work? Before I go on, I have a lot of caveats. First, this talk has a lot more questions than it has answers. But we should be talking about project health and how we can improve it. Second, I expect to be corrected, probably online, hopefully politely. I want to highlight that some of these answers are not clear, and some are, and that's okay. There's a lot of work to be done, but all of us can do it together. I've also left out a number of projects here. I'm not trying to erase anybody, but 30 minutes is a lot less time than you think. And when I ask for transparency here, I'm not trying to call anybody out or really imply any kind of negative or embarrassing or nefarious intent. Rather that I'm saying that transparency creates accountability and participation, which in turn creates more durable systems and can get us to that 100-year mark. Much like Mats was saying in his keynote, I want the Ruby community to last for a very long time. Let's start with MRI Ruby. Who does the work? Or rather, let's ask who's on the core team. According to this page on the Ruby language website, which is titled Ruby Core, I don't know. Mats is mentioned here, but the core team is not listed. I have a sense from, and I think many of us do, of who the core team really is. You can tell from the GitHub contributor graph. You can tell from conversations and other talks, but there really isn't anything official listed up here. It would be cool to see it listed. How are decisions made in Ruby? Conversations are generally public in the bug tracking system. Many of you have participated or seen this before. Anyone can read and follow along. Decisions of record seem to happen here in the bug tracker. Also, there are regular dev meetings. I'm not sure if anybody knew that. There are guidelines for these dev meetings. There are processes in place. And there are considerations for language barriers for this very international project, where a good number of the contributors are from Japan. There are minutes from these meetings, which are in this repository, dev meeting log. If you read it, you can tell that Mats is ultimately the decision maker for Ruby's design. I don't think that's really a big surprise to most of us here. Excuse me. Often this governance model is referred to as the BDFL model, or the benevolent dictator for life, although he has hinted previously at retiring. So how is governance in MRI overall? What do we think of all this? I actually think it's pretty good. If we look at the result of the system, it has been consistent, steady progress of the language over many years. Ruby 3 is way better than Ruby 2. Certainly some risk mitigation is needed, maybe a succession plan, who knows. But I believe it's gone really well with this level of governance. And I think it's because of the original mission of Ruby, which is programmer happiness. I think that the focus on user enjoyment has benefited decision making. It serves as kind of a North Star for the goals and the values of the project. It would, of course, be super cool to see all that spelled out on the website, but for now, everything seems pretty good. Who pays for Ruby development? I don't know. That's why I put this tiny question mark here. Or rather, I don't know confidently enough to tell you from this stage. There's a lot of half answers on the internet. As we saw in the keynote, Mats thanked a number of supporters, different companies and organizations. But it would be nice to know in one place who supports Ruby, and I think we could put that on the website too. By the way, here's a fun intersection of the two main topics of this talk. If you can't read it in the back, it says, I thought I knew what anxiety felt like, and then I watched half the Python core dev team try to cross a busy street at the same time. Let's look at Rails real quick. Who does the work? The Rails team has done a really good job of laying out who works on the project and who the decision makers are. There's a defined hierarchy with 3 teams. There's the core team, the committer team, and the issues team. How can you become somebody who does the work? There's a really good guide for new contributors in Rails guides. Has anybody read this or participated in making it better? Raise your hand. Thank you. You should definitely check this out. I definitely recommend everybody look at it, even if you don't think you're going to contribute. How are decisions made? There's been a recent movement toward establishing formal governance in Rails. There was a blog post that was titled Rails Governance, which is great. And in May of last year, that's when this post was released by the Rails team. There's not a ton of detail in there, but it's a great start, and it does say this very important thing. No one person runs the show. It's a team effort, which is great to know. In my opinion, this is a huge step in the right direction, and it reduces a lot of risk. This past spring, core team member Eileen Ushatel gave a great talk at RailsConf. I was lucky enough to be there to watch it happen. It was hugely instructive and provided much more detail about governance than even in that post. This is a big step forward. She announced how people move between the teams, how evaluated, that there's a new public Discord server, so more transparency in the conversation. But especially she talked about the goal of making contributing to Rails easier for new people. Eileen deserves a ton of credit for advancing governance in Rails. And I think if you have a chance, you should definitely watch this talk. It's well worth your time. Who pays for Rails? It seems like these companies pay for people to work on Rails, but this is not a complete list or an official list. This is just things that I've heard or maybe remember from the last 11 or 12 years of doing Ruby development. Companies like Spotify have been really generous in giving grants to us at Ruby Central to improve security. Support like that benefits everybody. Shopify, for example, understands that we all benefit from increased security. It helps the entire community. The Shopify folks have told us at Ruby Central, hey, do your best, and they've been really great, and it's been super cool to work with them and have their support. We look forward to sharing some of those results in the future. But even though supporters of open source have paid for work which benefits all of us so far, and our relationships have been really great, do we want to put protections on how money influences development? If so, what does that look like? I don't really have any answers, but I think that these are important questions. And I also think, more importantly, that I think we should ask these questions before we have the problems, instead of afterwards. And I will say this, given the recent governance in Rails and this trend, I have a lot of hope that these things will be worked out by us as a community. Let's talk about Bundler really quick, our package management system. Since it's near Halloween, I'm going to tell a quick spooky tale. Some of you may remember it. Back in 2013, in January, around the time that I started writing Ruby professionally, Ruby gems got hacked. Does anybody remember this? Raise your hand. How did this happen? This gem manifest got uploaded for a gem cleverly called exploit. It took advantage of a YAML execution vulnerability. And if you look at the code here, you can see what it does. It looks up config files containing secret keys and sends them to a paste bin site. So really, it just exposes all the passwords for the Ruby gem server. The maintainers discovered this and shut the site down to protect everybody while they tried to restore an earlier safe version of the state. Excuse me. The result was that Ruby gems went down and no one could bundle their gems. This outage lasted for a few days, 2-3 days, something like that. This meant that all Ruby development around the world stopped. The people who maintained Ruby gems did their best to try and get the site back up and ensure the exploit was removed and that no other gems were tampered with. It was a huge amount of work that had to be done all of a sudden. One of the maintainers posted this update to the Orange website to explain the situation. I want to share this to highlight an important failure point. This was a hobby for the maintainers in 2013. They were doing this in their spare time. When you look at the root cause analysis of why this happened, the answer is clear. People were not getting paid to do this. It wasn't a priority for them. Worse yet, this exploit was known about for a few days before this hack happened. But nobody had the time or energy to work on it because they had other paying jobs and responsibilities. In 2013, there were huge companies working on making lots of money using Ruby and Rails infrastructure, and our infrastructure was volunteer run. It's really surprising that something like this didn't happen sooner. Remember, the system didn't break. The system ended up with poor design from neglect and functioned as intended because people weren't being supported to do this work. So what happened since then? Ruby Together was created to try and find a way to pay people to work on these critical projects. It was not perfect, but since its formation, there have been no more outages like in 2013. And that was the purpose of this system, is to prevent that from happening again. And I think, in my view, I think it was pretty successful. I've been a board member of this organization since early days, and I think we on the board did a pretty good job of governance. We did as best as we could as volunteers. It was better than it not existing, for sure, and a lot of open source work was supported financially. And eventually, we merged this into Ruby Central. So back to Bundler. Who does the work? The people on the site do the work. Who makes the decisions? Everything's in GitHub issues, and they use a consensus model like other projects. And who pays for it? About 60%, 70% of the funding comes from Ruby Central, and the rest is volunteer labor from the contributors. Excuse me. In terms of our languages libraries, the picture is a lot fuzzier. Who does the work? Well, lots of people. Who makes decisions? Mostly it's solo maintainers. And if they're lucky, they have a co-collaborator who can help out on a volunteer basis. There isn't really a good way for people to get paid enough to maintain their gems full time. There's great patronage mechanisms like GitHub sponsors, which work really well, but aren't used frequently enough for people to work full time on these libraries. I'm not sure what the solution is here, but I think it's an important question. Community. This is a broad brush category, and so I'm not going to go into a ton of detail here, but these projects and events are the glue that holds the rest of it together. Conferences like this one, meetups, online communities, newsletters, podcasts, Rails-oriented camping weekends where there's no internet, all of that stuff helps us all find each other as a community. And learning world. This looks a lot like the community world. Projects include things like tutorials, videos, books, boot camps, and Q&A sites. There's some money in it, but usually not enough to support yourself. You can advance your career and create a better professional stature, which maybe can help you get a better job. But in short, these projects are typically way too small for governance. How can we introduce governance into our work? We can do things like have regular meetings, take notes and share them, have an advisory board, make your project easy to join, get feedback, and think about the future. This is not a comprehensive list. This is just a place to start a conversation and some learning. Some of this sounds very boring, but it's a good path for getting to healthier projects in the future. The point I'm trying to drive home is this. We all happen to work in a wonderful programming community. I personally think so, and I don't think that all of us would be at this conference today if we all didn't believe the same thing. Our community exists as an intersection of a bunch of different systems. All of these systems are critical to a healthy programming community. My goal today is to point at these systems and to see them. And we should also ask, how do we keep these systems healthy? And my question for you is, I want you to ask yourself, what's my role in these systems? And what is my company's role? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe governance is not the answer. But if you think so, get involved and show us what you think the right way might be. Mats was saying in the keynote that the only way for Ruby to thrive is for people to get involved. The Ruby community is a mature garden at this point, now in 2022. Many projects are stable, even boring. But it's worth asking how things might be better. And the only way it gets better is if we all pitch in a little, however we can. So in summary, infrastructure is very boring, but very important. We should all think about what makes Ruby World great and help out when we can. And good governance can help build strong infrastructure. Finally, as we have conversations like this about how to improve our community, I want to remember the words of Dr. Meadows. The scarcest resource is not oil, metals, clean air, capital, labor, or technology. It is our willingness to listen to each other and learn from each other and seek the truth rather than seek to be right. I hope I've done a little bit of that today. Thank you very much. Quick thanks to the organizers of Euruko. I know how much firsthand work goes into these conferences, so huge hand for them. None of this is possible without their labor. Also, thanks to the sponsors. As I said in my talk, none of this happens without them. Thanks to my family, and thanks to all of you for listening. I appreciate it.
Adarsh, thank you so much. I'm not going to let you go yet, because when listening to your talk, it was kind of eye-opening. We had a short discussion before about the way Finnish infrastructure works, and especially biking. And for someone, I was born and raised in Helsinki. We don't get as much snow, or it doesn't get as cold as in Oulu up north. But still, when you live here, you tend to think it's normal that like kids in 10 years of age, they bike to school every day. And only when someone points it out, coming from California, you go like, interesting. What makes that possible? So amazing. And also, what you mentioned about the accident assessment panel, I think that's something very Northern European, that every time there's an accident, there's this serious-looking person who, by the way, in Finland, when officials do the public announcements, there's not a cadre of officials behind them being like, yes, yes. But they actually come and very often they speak in plain Finnish and explain what did they found in that case. So absolutely. Great points. I went and Googled the book Thinking in Systems. It has rave reviews in Amazon.
Cool.
And I'm going to let you tell us more. Why should we read it?
Oh, that's a tough one. I think it's really a little bit about how for me, and I think for other people who recommend that book to me, reading that book see the world differently. Like I was saying, this room is filled with all kinds of different systems, and we ignore a lot of them, or we don't think about them, but they all interconnect. This AV system, this mic that I'm working, is dependent on the electrical system, which is probably dependent on the architectural system, which is dependent upon 5 or 10 other things. And it's like you start to see the matrix a little bit, like you start to see all of these things interacting and how fragile they are. That's the other thing that I think I got out of that, is that all of these things that we depend on are actually really brittle. And when they fail, we think that it's maybe something simple, but it's really all of these things working together in concert.
Yeah, and it's actually somebody asked me yesterday about the history of the building we're right now. It was built in 1908 by the early labor unions. So this is actually a labor union house where they met. So interesting. What were the systems that brought us there?
Yeah.
Hey, quite a few questions. So let's go there. In terms of governance, which other communities do you admire the most?
Ooh, I had cut this from my talk for length, but luckily I had these slides ready. Because I was curious to know, how do other communities do it? And many, again, a lot of these projects are volunteer run, and so it's not really clear, a lot of people don't have time to put into all of these meetings and notes and, decisions and so forth. But there are two that I wanted to highlight. One is Rust, and I really love this. And by the way, this is the Rust homepage. Rust is one of the only programming language websites, and I emphasize websites because I think that's an important official document, that has a top-level governance menu item. And look how big they put it. This was really so beautiful when I saw it. I was so excited. And their process, they outline how they make changes, which is kind of an RFC process. And they also have a roadmap, which I think is unique for a lot of technical projects. They try and say, these are the things we're thinking about in the next year. I have no idea how well any of this works, but I can tell you that this is important to them. And then another one, as Mats mentioned in the keynote in Python, a few years ago, Guido van Rossum was the BDFL for Python, and then he very abruptly resigned. He posted this to the listserv one day in 2018, and the key line here is right here at the bottom. And you will all be on your own. Just out of nowhere, he's like, I'm out. So this surprised a lot of people. So the core team got together, and they decided that they wanted to they had to figure out what to do. So they set up a small steering council, which designed their own governance. And they have a kind of modified RFC system called the PEP system, where they propose changes and discuss it. And this committee now discusses development changes as a group, and they use consensus to move forward. They have elections for this steering committee, and I think they've navigated this transition pretty well. So that's my answer to that question.
Excellent. Might be an abbreviation, but I'll respect that, AMR. What about the governance of Ruby language specs so that it can be used by other implementation teams?
Can you say that again?
What about the governance of Ruby language specs so that it can be used by other implementation teams?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Okay.
Whoever asked that question, can they explain a little bit more? Yeah. Yes. Oh, so I think the question was the specification of the language for MRI, how can other Rubies use that, like Truffle Ruby and so on? That's right. Yeah, so the question is, there's other implementations of Ruby, not just MRI. How can they maybe share some governance and learnings? I think that's a great question, and I don't really have a great answer to that. I think that a lot of this comes down to communication. I have this Homer Simpson quote that I've changed, which I like, which is that communication is the cause of and solution to all of life's problems. So I think that all those teams could get together and talk about it. And how to do a better job as a group.
Let's talk about money. What is the best current way for companies to monetarily support Bundler and other core tools? Ruby Together?
Yeah, so Ruby Together exists now as a project inside Ruby Central. I'd say at Ruby Central, we have received some unsolicited support from different organizations and in some cases governments who want to support open source software. As I mentioned, Shopify, we had a great deal with them recently. I think that's probably a good way. I feel weird saying that as a director of Ruby Central, to be out here soliciting, but that is one venue. In fact, I think we in Ruby Central have been figuring out our own governance. We've just hired a new executive director and are putting our own formalisms in place. And I think that we have not been very prepared to take in a lot of support and money previous to now, but we have a lot better structure this year and going into next year. So certainly, we would love to talk about that if somebody's interested in supporting these teams. I'm sure there are other ways too, but maybe that's a good conversation for the hallway.
And I'll make an exception. I'll allow a comment. Your storytelling skills are incredible. Loved how you went from Finland's bike system to Ruby infrastructure. Thank you. Adarsh. We're going to take a full 10-minute break before the next talk. So at 22, we will continue. 10 minutes. Enjoy. If you have been waiting for a sign, this is the sign for 2 minutes. We will continue in 2 minutes. Thank you. According to the sneak preview that I got, the following presentation is not about bicycles, but we'll see what it is about. However, after Vesa, if you are giving a lightning talk or you're pitching a city, after Vesa's talk, please come to the in front of the venue and we'll huddle up. So if you're giving a lightning talk, you got notified, and if you are pitching a city for Euruko, so after Vesa's talk, please come in front of the stage. I will repeat that after the talk. The following session is about on how to go from massive pull requests to trunk-based development with Ruby. The talk includes concrete examples of code, architecture, and workflows to implement smooth trunk-based development workflow. So, from massive pull requests to trunk-based development with Ruby, Vesa Vänskä.
Thank you. So, massive pull request, trunk-based development, and Ruby. So this talk started with the pain of long-lived branches. So, like, branches diverged from the main, horrible to merge, and code reviews, like, not being that good quality. Like, small pull request is easy to review, and then when it gets large enough, then you lose the motivation to do it. And for context, where I developed this pain, so I'm Vesa Vänskä, Rubyist for 15 years, web enthusiast since 10 years old, and I work for Kisko Labs. And we are a software agency building new products from scratch for our clients, but with our own team. So kind of like consulting with a product house approach, and quite small team, so not like hundreds of developers. And how did the brand merging get so painful? And at least for me, it was really Git. And I used to use Git back in the day, like install it on my own server, but then truly it was this service, GitHub, that truly introduced it, and it used to look like this approximately back in the day when I started doing branches. And actually, I figured out that there's an open API for GitHub where you can get the date when your account was created. So mine was 2008, so you can just replace your username and see when you started using it. And I actually noticed that I joined GitHub 1 week before David Heinemar Hansson, so maybe so maybe David wasn't reading Hacker News as eagerly as me, so it was 2008, March 10th, and mine was 3rd. And so with the GitHub, we got the GitHub flow. And like before Git, at least I used to use Subversion, where you really didn't do any branches because they were like super heavy to do. And then like if you did branches, they were like very long-living branches, like took like months to do. Like otherwise you wouldn't want to do branches because they were so heavy to do. But then Git made branches cheap to create, and then GitHub made introduced the whole pull request flow. So I guess everyone is used to this through GitHub or GitLab or Bitbucket or any service you use to share your code. So create a feature branch, then add commits there. Then when you think it's ready to be viewed by other developers in the team, you open a pull request, then discuss and review the commits, and then hopefully at some point merge and deploy. But what often happens is that this part here takes weeks easily if you're not careful, if you don't put the kind of like energy into keeping the branches short-lived. And then I bumped into trunk-based development, and kind of like the points shared about trunk-based development felt that like, hey, this could maybe help with my pains. Like, can I have a show of hands? Who has heard about trunk-based development before? It's maybe half, I would say, so quite a few. So in a nutshell, trunk-based development it's mostly related to source control, branching, really, but also a collaboration model. So relates to continuous integration very much, but focused on the source control. So collaboration happens in trunk, aka master, aka main, and on top of the trunk there are no long-lived branches. And idea being that branches are good, but long-lived branches are a big no-no, and then trying to resist the pressure to let the branches live for a long time, and then of course avoid the merge hell. So this is the scaled trunk-based development that also has the feature branches. So each committer, so we have the trunk there, then we are making these short-lived feature branches, like hours to a week maximum of lifetime, and then they flow through the pull request style code review, and then get merged to the trunk, and then releases to different environments are done from the trunk. And then there is the non-scaled style of doing it, where there are no feature branches. So you just like push straight to trunk. And this is the model many kind of like trunk-based development enthusiasts try to push that, like, no pull requests. You go straight to trunk and release from there. And then if we look here, there are like just single releases. So there's the caveat that this talk is about services. So I'm really much a web guy, and I've never worked on software that is like printed on DVDs and shipped to stores and so on. So if you are working on that kind of a project where you have different releases and then you have to release patches on those and so on, then maybe like Git flow or some other process is more suitable for you. But for a service that has like one live version in production, this talk is really concentrating on those kinds of products. And then you can get the idea that it will never work. It will be like a total chaos and like outrageous idea that like features will take months to build. Like how do you reconcile it straight to main? Or broken code will go to production all the time. Like how could you like keep it running with this style? Or we're not Google, so like we heard yesterday that Google's SRE book is a great resource, but like we're not Google, so does these things really apply to us? And oh no solution for you. But let's dig into this. So well, this feature will take months to build, and the branch really needs to be long-lived. For this, at least in the project I've worked on, feature flags have been like a very good solution. So having features under development within conditionals that can be then enabled by setting flags. And kind of like makes it possible to release half-done features to testing environment or even to production. So, as an example, using the RubyGem flipper, here would be rendering HTML on the server side. So we have here we're building a new feature for widgets, and then we add a feature flag here where called widgets, and then it checks and only renders if the widgets feature is enabled for the current user. And then we can enable through Rails console or through a fancy web UI the feature flags. So in this case, enabling it for a single user, enabling establishing some groups of like beta testers or your internal team or something like that, enabling it for the beta testers, or enabling it for a percentage of users. And so in this case, like 2%, we take 2% of the user pool and start showing it for them. Or in the end, when the feature is done, then you open it up for everyone and then hopefully clean up the feature flag code so it doesn't clutter the code base. And in the previous slide, it was for the view, but you can really do it anywhere in the code base. So for example here, we are only adding the widgets HTTP endpoint, or let it be available if they're currently signed in user from the session has it enabled. And you can use it like anywhere. Like if it's API only, then don't include it in the documentation, don't include it in the serializers and so on. So you can really feature flag anywhere. And then this broken code will go to production all the time. For this, you really do need a continuous integration server. And I feel that like this is very common practice. Maybe we can have a show of hands. Like, do you use with your main project continuous integration server? I would say like not everyone, but most. And this is like a prerequisite for trunk-based development, because otherwise, like when somebody pushes the trunk, you need to have a continuous integration server that runs your automated tests. So you also need the automated tests there written and then blocks the release process if the build is not green. But really, if you're not using continuous integration server, and even if you wouldn't be at all interested in the trunk-based development, I would still look into it, especially with Ruby and Rails. I think the barrier is quite low. Like if you've never done it, then of course there's like many things to learn, but still getting started with all the different services these days, it's like so much easier than it was 10 years ago to get started with this. Like for example, source code platforms like the GitHubs and Bitbuckets and GitLabs, they all have platforms for CI, and then all the cloud hosting platforms, AWS, Google's cloud platform, Azure, they all have their solutions, and they're quite easy to get started. But okay, so we have the continuous integration server, but then also I would challenge that at least what I've seen, more spend time on the monitoring, so maybe a little bit less energy on reviewing changes and fighting with the long-lived PRs and trying to make everything perfect, and have more kind of like effort on getting visibility on what is actually happening in production. So like error monitoring is also, I would say, like you just have to have it, otherwise you don't have any visibility. But then also other kinds of monitoring, so that you know what is actually happening with the users of the software. And for that, I would suggest looking into active support notifications. So this is like an instrumentation API for Ruby, and Rails publishes all the different metrics using this API. So like when you're running Rails and you see stuff happening in the logs, that goes through the active support notification channel. So here are a couple of examples. So we can run code within a block. So here we're manufacturing a widget, and we add the widget ID as a metadata to that, and then we would run the code here, and then we would subscribe to the different events, and you can do pattern matching and so on, and push the event to some kind of monitoring solution. Or if we have failures, we could also just do single events without the block form. So here we have the name, starting time, finishing time, ID of the notification, and then the payload has the widget ID. And then after we have the subscription running, then we can put it to many different places, and like you mentioned in the SRE talk, there are like so many different platforms, from like small products to like huge ones. And I encourage, so here, this is the AWS one. So easiest way probably with this is to write to the AWS CloudWatch logs and then set up these different charts to look at for specific events, so that then you know if there's, you can always come to your dashboard and see like what's happening with your service. And it's really not that much work to get this increased visibility for your team. And then there's the "we are not Google" argument, and I think this has probably been, for me, the biggest change in my outlook. That previously I maybe thought that the techniques were something that are only for the large teams, but I guess like the libraries have come forward and the different platforms have come forward. So I think these techniques are viable to any size team these days, and also the main topic, trunk-based development, is viable for any size team. And also, like Matt mentioned, productivity is a big kind of like a focus for Ruby, and I think Ruby is one of the best languages to apply these techniques in. And then, at least like for me, what kind of like fooled me was that people keep talking about this like CI/CD. It's this like monolith of a thing, and I think it should be maybe more like continuous integration, and then you do it, and that's like a great thing, and maybe possibly at some point you do continuous delivery. Like the continuous delivery people who advocate it, they're saying that like, oh, it's so great, and it's not that hard. But at least to me, like the continuous delivery, so continuous integration, everybody integrates their work all the time to the same common trunk, and then continuous delivery releases going out automatically when continuous integration is happening. And I feel that there's like very big gap between these two, that you can very happily develop software with continuous integration and it will solve a lot of your problems, but then making the leap to continuous delivery is quite large, and you shouldn't be kind of like fooled into the idea that like either you do this like CI/CD pipeline, the whole big thing, or you do nothing. You can actually like pick the things that help you. And in general, like when you think like, oh, what should I do? I think, well, then here's the quote: "Any improvements made anywhere besides the bottleneck are an illusion." So it's from Dr. Goldratt, who's this kind of lean manufacturing guru. But the oh, okay, I'm here. That you need to figure out the bottlenecks of your own team, and then maybe like read about the techniques or like the techniques you heard here, and then apply the ones that fit you, because like you have the pipeline, and if you optimize other parts of the pipeline than the ones where you have issues, then nothing will happen. You will get discouraged, and then you're just like, oh, like trunk-based development is horrible, like didn't do anything good for me and probably doesn't do for anyone else. So if you don't have this issue of long-living pull requests, then maybe you don't have to do anything. Just rock and roll and have fun with your team. But then when you bump into the issues, you know that there is this kind of like thinking about what to do. And for example, the Rails grande jefe thinks that large, long-running pull requests are great, and I hope his team also agrees with him. But well, his point being that doing the review for the pull request where you can barely see the browser scroll bar is actually like a good thing, and you get like a very holistic view and so on. So it's not necessarily bad, but I was thinking like trying to figure out like is it really a problem on a larger scale? And there's this State of DevOps report and DORA metrics, which stands for DevOps Research and Assessment Team. So like maybe another show of hands, who have bumped into State of DevOps the report or DORA metrics? Okay, so not that many, maybe like 1/10. So I quickly go through this, or maybe like the State of DevOps survey is this big survey, and it has like tens of thousands of replicants every year, different size of organizations, and then they produce white papers, and they've written multiple books about the survey results and so on. And then these DORA metrics are like one of the fruit of the survey. And the idea is that they ask questions about like 200 different subjects, and then they've done analysis, and they think that these 4 metrics are the 4 ones which you should pay most attention to, because optimizing these metrics will help you reach kind of like the other things. So instead of kind of like being a metric, are you using like source control or not? Are you using CI or not? Are you using this and that? Just optimizing these metrics will guide you towards the like right tools. So the metrics are deployment frequency, so how often organization or a team successfully releases to production, lead time for changes, so the amount of time it takes a commit to get into production. So when somebody is developing and then they do the commit and they push it, how long does it take to reach production? Then change failure rate, which is the percentage of deployments that cause a failure or outage in production, and then time to restore service, so how long it takes a team to recover from these failures in production. And well, I don't know, like when I'm thinking about this, at least for me, trunk-based development could be, or it's at least quite directly related to these metrics, or it does affect these, at least in some way. And then I've read the survey results before, but now when preparing for the talk, I checked the results, and then initially I was like a little bit surprised, and then a little bit kind of like, oh, like, is this really the state we are in, kind of like our industry? And then like I don't know, like some people live this way like every day, so it was kind of like an emotional roller coaster for me. So they divided to tens of thousands of replies, and then they divide those into low, medium, and high. They used to have elite back in the day, but they removed it. I don't know. I guess we don't have elite organizations anymore. But for deployment frequency, if you deploy once per month to production, you're medium tier. And then for lead time changes, if a commit takes a month to reach production, you're medium tier. So you're doing like quite well. Like from the point where somebody pushes a commit, it reaching production in 1 month, that's like good medium. Then time to recover service. Your service goes down, taking a couple of days to get it back up. That's like okay. And change failure rate. If every 5th release to production causes service outage, you're medium tier. And I guess you being here probably puts you already quite high. You're like interested in even though you maybe not have heard of these DORA metrics, you're interested in having a quality service. But at least to me, this sounded like the state of the industry is such that these kinds of techniques could maybe be valuable. So I would really encourage everyone to start experimenting. And when I say experimenting, I mean that like doing single step at a time, not kind of this like, oh, there's a new methodology, I'm gonna take the methodology and change everything, have like cancel all the old meetings, do everything differently, but take like a small bit, like first figure out the bottleneck, then see that like, hey, like at least this is advertised that this could help my team with this, and then implement that. And then like some like the biggest resources, I would say there's trunkbaseddevelopment.com, which has a lot of material, and this was very kind of like high level, so they have collected different techniques on how to help you keep the branches short-lived, and then there's a link to the latest state of DevOps report that you can go and see. And then Kisko has a virtual booth in Brella, so you can go there to talk, or here we have plenty of Kisko people here, so come and talk about these topics. So thank you.
Thanks, Vesa. It's a great reminder always, like it's kind of no news, but improvement takes place always at the bottlenecks, but it's a good thing to remember. Plenty of questions, okay. So let's go. What is your process for cleaning up obsolete feature flags, e.g. when making a feature available for everybody?
Well, I think there's no kind of like, it's not super urgent to clean them up, since when you kind of like enable them, then everything is running fine. But at some point, if you don't have, so I would wait for some while so that it's sure that like, okay, like it's released, we want to keep it there and so on, and then clean them up.
How do you tackle long-running work which can be put behind a feature flag, like a breaking Ruby Rails/Rails upgrade?
Well, usually in those cases, I don't know if I think we've done sometimes with the big, when you need to upgrade Rails or Ruby, have it so that you can boot it in both modes and then run both nodes. And in general also, I think building kind of like new version on the side is totally like valid tactic. So not trying to turn something that looks like A and then turn it into B, but having the A running and then just like build a new B and then swap them. So not trying to modify the existing thing, but building a totally new thing on the side, and switching can be a good way kind of like tackle these like huge changes that need to happen. But of course, like sometimes it just might not be feasible. That is totally possible.
Thank you. For large features deploy strongly linked to existing code, how do you avoid that your code gets cluttered with endless conditionals when using feature flags?
Well, I guess it's the cleaning up part, and really like I think you need to do a couple of mistakes to figure out like where is the kind of like boundary, like how to do it and when to apply it, when to build something new on the side and swap it, or when to try to use the feature flags for that.
And now we go from we're not Google to we're Google level things. From Manuel, how to handle the overhead of hundreds of developers introducing feature flags in dozens of projects?
I don't know.
Thank you. He's a Finn.
I was thinking that like I'm here, and then like the build kite people are here, and Shopify people are here, and like I'm sorry, this talk wasn't for you. I think you probably have everything like so well, and you have infrastructure team and SRE team and so on. That it must be like a wonderland. But this was maybe for us like poor little people who who don't have this.
From Julian, you mentioned enabling flags through the Rails console or the web UI. How would you monitor / log that so that other devs know what is live for whom? Migrations?
Yeah, you can have like a change log, or kind of like keep that as part of your process if you do any kind of like deployment calendar thing. Then having the enabling of the feature flags there, but it's I don't think there is kind of like some consensus that like this is the way to do it in all the teams. So it's kind of like depending on like how many feature flags you have, how big the team is, how many teams you have, and so on. So at least I can't give kind of like a clear answer how to solve that.
Thanks. How do you make it possible for your testers to test only a specific new feature?
Well, you would enable it for the testers, and also depends like how do you run your test environments. So do you have like different QI environments and so on? So for those, it could be that you always have all the feature flags enabled, but yeah, depends very much on the environment.
How does trunk-based development work with projects that are worked on by a large number of developers at the same time?
Well, Google is using trunk-based development, and I think they have quite a few developers. So I think it can be done, but then you do need additional tooling because of like the CI runs and so on. So if it gets like too clocked, then you need to have some automation, and I guess these like larger teams, they all do have kind of at some point people don't merge themselves anymore, but it's more of a like they tell a bot to do the merging, and then the merges get scheduled and so on. So you have to kind of like then do a bit more additional work.
Let's finish with a couple of quick ones, I think. What are your preferences for continuous integration servers?
GitHub Actions. Like I'm in GitHub anyway all day long, so like, and I think it also has like quite good selection of ready-made actions, at least for like the Ruby and JavaScript work I do for the web stuff. So don't have to do that much work myself.
And the final question coming from Dmitry. Are you aware of any other worthy alternatives to trunk-based development?
Well, GitHub Flow, I guess. So, and like what you should read the DHH's blog post. Like, I don't really buy all of his arguments, but maybe you do. So it might be still like a solid development process.
Excellent. Everybody, Vesa Vänskä, thank you.
It's exactly 12 o'clock, so please use the same area for lunch that you used yesterday. And if you're giving a lightning talk or you're pitching a city, please approach the bench right now. Thank you. Enjoy your lunch. And that's a take two. The sound you just heard is essential to our lightning talks. Because although it's always great to have people for lightning talks, that's 5 minutes. We have 4 lightning talks. And each of the talks, I'm going to present all the speakers by their first name. They're going to tell you who they are, what they're going to talk about, and then they will have exactly 5 minutes. And it's maybe good to define what exactly 5 minutes means. We're not going to go to is it in Paris, where they have the actual 1 meter and they have the actual 1 minute and whatnot. But I'm going to be using my smartphone for the 5 minutes. And at 5 minute mark, I'm going to ring the gong, the very spiritual part of the Euruko. And then the speakers have 15 seconds to finish up what they were saying. After that, I will walk onto the stage and I will do the Oscar Academy Awards. I don't care if you're thanking your mother and the Academy and whatnot. I am going to stop you. This is part of me being the servant of the participants, so we're going to stick to 5 minutes. Obviously, we're going to make sure that people get their laptops connected, and the 5 minutes starts from the point when they have told who they are, what are they going to talk. Then we have 5 minutes. We will start with Renato, and then we will have Monish, Hans, and Hanna to finalize this. Are you excited? Absolutely. I'm going to grab all my belongings, and Renato, you're good to go. Great big applause.
And I'm going to be speaking today, because at Aptic we're doing a migration from Sinatra to Grapes. I'm going to explain a little bit how we're doing that. So to talk a little bit about me, I'm Renato. I've been working at Aptic since 2019. I've been using Ruby since 2016. I was doing some other stuff before, and I have a few open source projects, Ruby on Rails and other stuff in Ruby as well. I work for Aptic. It's an ASO tool. We're a SaaS. We're a recognized ASO leader in the market, and we have offices in Brussels, Tokyo, Bangalore, and also San Francisco. We have our dev team is split in backends, full stacks, and frontends, and we use mostly Ruby, except for data science, which uses Python, and for the frontend that uses React. So in the end, why did we need to move away from Sinatra? We write endpoints for a lot of the stuff that we serve, and documentation was a big pain point. When we started using Sinatra, we didn't really have any established documentation for the endpoints, and so in the end, we didn't have any way to document those endpoints, and that was starting to get a pain point when we were trying to figure out how to pass the endpoints for the front ends. Our idea was to try and use the same code we were using for parameter validation to use for the endpoints as well as documentation, and we could not find anything like that for Sinatra, and we didn't want to write something new. So we went to look for something, and we found Grape, which was already well established, it's been going since 2010. And then, since it's already designed with APIs in mind, it has a better API for parameter validation for all this stuff. It also has a companion gem, Grape Swagger, which exports the documentation and allows for parameter validation for a lot of stuff to be bundled up with the documentation itself. And since Grape is inspired by Sinatra originally, it also it's very close. Writing an endpoint for Grape is very similar to what we were already doing for Sinatra. So it seemed like a natural movement. This is an example from the documentation of Grape, of how it works, more or less. And it's a little example of how you would write the Twitter API in Grape. Sorry, I jumped a little bit. So the exploration, we tried exploring a little bit. We tried doing some internal testing to see if Grape really would offer what we needed for the migration. And we found out that it did allow us to do what we wanted, which was parameter validation, export all this stuff, allow us to write descriptions and things in the endpoints itself with a nice DSL that we could export for Swagger. We would not, however, be able to migrate all the endpoints at once. Like we have a lot of endpoints, most of them are in Sinatra. We can't just stop everything to do that. And as most of you might know, the documentation was not good, some of it was non-existing, and the rest was not up to date. So we decided to use Rec Cascade to do that. So the idea is that we could migrate endpoint by endpoint, and so we didn't have to stop the whole thing to do the migration. So Rec Cascade allows us to, when you have an endpoint, if it's 404s, then it goes to the next application. And so, this is what it would look like. The old Sinatra API has an old endpoint. If we can comment it out, we'll automatically fall back to the new Grape API. So we can progressively migrate one by one. This is basically it. It was very rushed, but if you want to know more, we can talk. We have a booth at the end, so come and talk to us if you want to know more. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Renato. Our gong is not disappointed, even if it wasn't used on the first round. I can sense the energy. They're ready to be of service in the near future in the next talks.
Hello, everyone. My name is Monish. Just waiting for the slides to load. Sorry, second. All right. My talk today is about questions. I had a chance to facilitate a team meeting in which I got to ask a question. If you were a new superhero, what special powers would you have? Some of the answers that I got from the team: somebody wanted to be a mind reader, a power of that. Somebody would like to give smart answers as their superpower. For the engineering manager, it was, I wish I could get to understand, or get people to understand each other automatically without my having to manually do so. And if that was possible, my life as a manager would be made so much more easier. Another engineer answered, I would love the power to work more collaboratively with my team members, understand people better and the way they work, and if I can, use my powers to get rid of poverty. Now, towards the end of the meeting, this was the feedback that was shared by the manager. He loved the meeting, and he found the answers in the meeting to be very wholesome. Now, for me, as somebody who got a chance to facilitate it, it got me wondering what actually happened in the meeting that made him feel so, and what was it in the questions and the answers that made him think about it in this way. Fundamentally, an icebreaker is just a question, and that was a question that I was asking in a stand-up meeting. Let's see what Albert Einstein says about questions. According to him, it's not about finding answers. Questions are about solving problems. I did some more research on this, and I found by a Danish philosopher called Pia Lauritsen. She's done 20 years of research on questions and answers. And here are some thought-provoking quotes from her book of questions. Our relationship with the use of questions are expressions of our culture. The technology of a question is the fact it forces the issue at hand to reveal itself in a certain manner. Let's see how. If I go back to the answers of the manager and the engineer 3, they both actually talk in a way about communication being a problem in the team. And communication is something which can make or break teams. And yet it's an underrated skill and it's not talked about enough in the software industry. But yet this question revealed that in some way. She also says in one of her TED Talks, questions have the power to connect people with each other and the world they share. And the road from ignorance to knowledge travels through questions. The original stand-up question was actually something created by this person called Burr Flynn. Sorry if I'm not pronouncing it correctly. She works at a company called Equal Experts. And she made a pack of cards of questions. This is the actual pack of cards. I can just show it to you afterwards if you'd like to know more. She made these questions to be safe, non-invasive, and fun. And turns out questions are a way to work towards a shared purpose. The reason why I thought of giving this talk today is because we don't talk about communication much, but turns out even asking a light-hearted question can reveal so much in a team. And where can I ask this in a work setting? Well, in a stand-up meeting with maybe 15 minutes and maybe 6 team members, if even you have 1 minute per person, they can talk about their status update as well as maybe answer a question. You can also propose time boxing these questions. You can ask these questions even in retrospectives and refinement meetings and etc., other meetings as well. And if you don't like answering a question, you can just simply say pass. One of my personal realizations with asking questions is it helps to get to know team members better, and that builds trust, and that eventually builds psychological safety, something that all of us care about, to feel more safe at the workplace where we work. And it was fascinating for me that how one question revealed so much about the team and the manager and what was on his mind and what was similarly on the mind of an engineer. And yeah, it just made me appreciate questions even more. And you can find these questions in the link in the slides. That's it about me. And
Still making sure that we get next presentation, next lightning talk connected. But already at this point, looking at the is there any time enough questions to build the trust and so on? So great topics. Are we all set? Not quite. Excellent. Then we'll wait. We'll just make sure that we have the right presentation.
Different.
I think it's suitable to the lightning talks is that whenever you're on stage and something happens, it is the way it is. It's the beauty of live events. Round 2, we're set. Hans, you're good to go.
Thank you. Okay, so I guess now we're set. Hey, I'm Hans. I'm a Ruby developer from Vienna. I've been doing this for around 4 years, and I'm currently employed at Meister, who have a booth over there, and we're hiring. I'm here today to talk about command line apps. I love command line apps. I don't know, it's maybe the simplicity or like this thing. We're developers, we live on the command line, right? But still, every time I get to work with the command line, makes me feel like a hacker. I don't know. One
command line app that we, or most of us most likely, interact with on a daily basis is the Rails command line app, right? We know these, generate scaffold, and so on. And a lot of people, this is actually a really great command line app. A lot of people actually go as far as to say Rails really is as productive or as successful as it is because it has a great command line app, because it really allows you to be productive. So what does that mean? Like, why are command line apps productive or usable or others not, right? It's just text. Like, we don't have buttons, we don't have components or stuff like we have on the web. How can I make something that's just text usable? And the answer is, well, we can still take a bunch of pages out of the book of web design, for example. You got to think about affordances and signifiers. Like, our app is supposed to do something, and it needs to let the user know how to do that something, right? That's signifiers. What does the user need to do to get the app to do something? And once the user has interacted with the app, how can we provide feedback? How can we let the user know that, well, it's actually doing something? How can we provide errors and so on? And last but not least, like, I think that's rather universal, no surprises. Like, don't tell the user, I'm doing this, and then like wipe the hard drive. Like, don't. Surprises are bad UX. Like, no. Good thing is, we love Ruby, and Ruby loves CLIs. It's a great language and a really great ecosystem to write command line apps or command line interfaces in. One of my favorite libraries is actually, oh no, it's actually Thor. We got Thor. Well, not this one, sadly, I guess. But it's a library called Thor, and you can actually look at it under the ringing name of whatisthor.com. It's nice, and what that is, it's actually, funnily enough, really the basis of a lot of very important command line apps in the Ruby ecosystem. Rails CLI is built on top of Thor. That's lifted straight from the Rails code base. All the generators use on a daily basis, well, as really Thor apps. Our bundler uses Thor as well. And what Thor really does very well is it provides these signifiers. For us, it's just text. It's a command line app, so signifiers mean documentation. Thor makes it super easy to provide arguments. It makes it super easy to write documentation for your command line app and for your arguments. Like, if you were to do something like this in Bash, like, don't, or do. I like Bash, but it's not nearly as much fun as this, right? Now, that's for signifiers. What about feedback? How can you provide feedback? And there's this really awesome collection of gems. I really love that one. It's not made by me, it's the T2Y toolkit by Piotr Murak. And what it is, yeah, it's a collection of gems that provides little widgets that you can use on the command line. Now, it's still just text, but people got pretty good at just doing little thingies with text. For example, get spinners. Yeah, all of those are Unicode characters, so you can show progress. That's nice. Maybe you wanna, show progress. It works. It's text. It's nice. There's even a pie chart thingy. Like, I've never actually used that one before, but now I did. So that brings me to the end of my talk already. Thank you so much. Thanks for the... Thanks to people at Meister for the great support, emotional support. Thanks to the Euruko organizers for letting me get up here. And yeah, thanks to all of you. Thank you.
The connection type we're using here is plug and pray. I used to work for a guy who, he was a really great
speaker and performer, and he was very open about that everything he said and what he talked about was stolen or modified from other people, and I'm pretty much along those lines. There's very few things that are original. I just want to check that I get a thumbs up from upstairs, and we get a nice, beautiful presentation. Are you happy? Perfect. So let's give a big hand to Hannah.
Hi, so I'm Hannah. As we heard, there are many companies looking for new developers, and so there's a lot of people who want to find new talents. And there are also many juniors who want to enter the community. So let's do a quick exercise. Are there any junior developers here in this room? Put hands up. We have just 5 minutes, so then any senior developers? And any company owners? So all of you can do something to make this transition better. So I will tell you just my tips, which make my way to Ruby community very pleasurable experience, and I hope you can use something of it. So how did I get there? My formal background is in judgment and decision-making psychology, and when I was doing my PhD, I learned this statistical programming, statistical language R, and it was so much fun. And then it kind of brought me. Then I was teaching paragliding in the meantime. I got my first baby, and so I was like, I want to do something for me, so I'll learn to code. I stumbled upon Ruby Monsters, what's the Ruby course for women, and big shout out to Mario as one of the coaches who's here. And in the meantime, I needed to work, so I started as a freelance developer and doing small websites for other business owners. Then I got a second kid. It's not the same baby, but babies look the same. And I started to teach mothers how to code, so moms could bring their babies to the course. I was also asked to teach at Levagon. So I met many great students and teachers. I joined GitHub half a year ago, and that's what brought me to Euruko. So I will talk today about the happy path. So we know about a lot of struggles women and other minorities have to deal with, and I don't want to dismiss that. It's super important to acknowledge them and change them, and we will know more, we will hear more about them from Andy today, later in the afternoon. But this is about, I also think we need to celebrate when the things work, and it's a strong message to new people that it doesn't have to be bad. You can have a great experience entering tech. So as a junior developer, watch for the companies. You can search for the companies you want to work for, like find your fit. The first company doesn't have to be the ideal one. It will open way more doors for you. Also, the companies and interviewers want you to succeed. They're there. So they will help you. It can be a nice process. Build upon your strengths and find mentors, people who are invested in your success, and keep meeting people, as at conferences, meetups, or other courses. What can you do as a senior devs, as a colleagues, to make this transition easier for your new members? So reach out to them when they join. This happened to me. I joined GitHub, and I had a random people writing me, hey, welcome, I'm here if you need something. It was so nice, and it helped me a lot. Be ready to help, and do a lot of pairing and mentoring sessions. And make it clear that it's okay to ask. Show the juniors that you also don't know all the answers, and you're also vulnerable, and you ask questions. And as a company, craft the job ads carefully. Be mindful what the people can know at that stage. make the interviews a pleasurable experience. That was what I had. It was every company I interviewed, every single interviewers. It was joy to work with them. Invest in the onboarding process and set the people for success. Like give them learning buddies and educate your people about mentorship and sponsorship and build on those strengths. Give them tasks in which they can succeed first and then add to their workload gradually. And as we all know what Minisvan is, so Mats is nice, so we are nice. So I got a lot of support in my journey, and I also want to give back. And when we all do it, it's a win for the whole community. Thank you.
Hanna, thank you so much. Must be one of the most important rules in any business. Be nice. We're done with the lightning talks, and we're moving to city pitches. Ta-na-na-na, ta-na. Dun, 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 dun. And here we go.
Yeah. Oh. Hey. Hello. Yeah. Now. Hi, folks. Granada is my hometown. Granada is located in the south of Spain. It's a small and beautiful city with a lot of history and monuments, like the famous Alhambra. You can see in the picture. Granada is the city of the free tapa, which is basically a small bites of food given for free when you order a drink. It's close to the city. We have mountains to ski and beaches to enjoy the good weather. By the way, we have an amazing weather the whole year. In Granada, we have one of the most important universities of Spain, with many computer engineers that can be influenced by us if we bring this Euruko to them. All put together, I think Granada is the best option for Euruko 2023, and I'm confident that you are going to love the city. Thank you.
And do we have Gdansk here? Perfect. Pick one, pick any. We're all good to go. Gdansk.
Hi, yeah, so my name is Tomasz. You might have heard of Poland and Polish Ruby community, one of the oldest, nicest, most tenacious, regular meetups. I would like to pitch Gdańsk, a beautiful city by the sea, where we are still one of the largest demographic here at the Euruko, and basically this was the tweet that prompted us to actually pitch, Poland and choose Gdańsk as the city to meet. Gdańsk is pretty great. It's very well communicated with the rest of the world. It has an airport. It's by the sea, so you can even come by boat or by swimming or however you like. Like all means of transportation are here. Euruko hasn't been there yet. There was Euruko in Poland in 2010 that I had the honor to co-organize, but that was in Krakow, at the south of the country. So this time we're taking the other extreme. We have pretty old, large communities. You probably know some Rubies from Poland, and they've already expressed their interest and enthusiasm in going there, maybe even giving a talk. It's a beautiful Hanseatic city, as you saw on the previous slide. So if you like Helsinki, if you like Vilnius, if you like Hamburg, if you like other cities by the Baltic Sea, you're probably going to feel, right at home. And yeah, you can get there by like all means of transportation. We have pretty nice people. We have really great food. Alcohol that's half the price of here in Helsinki. But if you prefer non-alcoholic beverages, they're also way cheaper. So, and you probably haven't been to Gdańsk, even though you probably should, because it's a really great place to visit. So please vote for Gdańsk for 2023. Thank you.
Before I start, my name is Ufuk Kayseriloğlu. I'm the engineering manager of the Ruby infrastructure team at Shopify. So if you have any questions about the Ruby work we're doing at Shopify, please come ask me afterwards. Okay, we're at Euruko. One thing I noticed, a lot of people have difficulty saying Euruko because I think they don't realize it stands for European Ruby Conference. And yes, if English was a logical language, it would be written that way. What I'm trying to motivate today is we should actually make it a Eurasian Ruby conference. So I'm saying let's meet where the continents meet. Let's go to the edge of Europe and let's meet in Istanbul. Let's make Istanbul Euruko 2023. So this is the view from the European side, looking towards Asia, across the Bosphorus. So Istanbul has a few things going for it. It's very easy to travel to, thanks to the extensive network of Turkish Airlines. Istanbul is the center hub of Turkish Airlines, and it's a member of Star Alliance. So you will have no difficulties getting there. We have rich history. The city was founded years before BC. This is one example, Hagia Sophia, which is a church/mosque, and it's been standing there for about 1,500 years. Think about that. It was built in 537, and it's intact in an earthquake zone. So, think about that architecture. We have a strong team on ground. We have a Ruby Turkey community that's active. We've even been active with remote events during the pandemic, and I'm one of the organizers of the user group there. We have climate weather. So right now, the temperatures in Istanbul are like 20s. So, you might have a better time there. And one thing that's going for us is we have affordable currency. So your euros, pounds, dollars go a long way. once more, let's make Istanbul Euruko 2023.
Thank you so much. Perfect. Yeah, I love it. All the possibilities that it offers. Yeah, excellent. Lviv, and we are good to go.
And we are Ukrainians. Thanks. These applauses are for our defenders and everyone who helps us to fight against Russian invaders. Thank you. And we are warmly welcoming you to visit our country, especially the west part of it, the Lviv city, and feel our bravery, our openness, our sense of humor, and our readiness to help each other. And also taste delicious local food and feel our hospitality.
Which is also not so you can enjoy it.
Yeah, it's true. So Lviv is waiting for you. Thank you.
We're all set. And now it's Vilnius.
Can you hear me, guys? It's all good, right? So, hi, everyone. It's so cool to be here, to seeing people face to face. That's so unusual after all this COVID lockdowns and this stuff. This is almost like the first time for me in Finland, and I'm learning a lot of like cultural stuff here. And the one thing that I learned that yesterday was the thing that was invented here. It's International Failures Day. I don't know, we failed to celebrate it yesterday, and it looks like my presentation is going to be like a little bit to this kind of extent. So I'm pitching Vilnius. I live in Lithuania. Whoa. And the next year turns to be the anniversary, 700 years anniversary for the Vilnius. And the whole year is packed with bright events and everything that is going to be like so fabulous and amazing. And I believe Euruko could be the one first gem into the beginning of the whole century history for the Vilnius, starting from the beginning. So what is Vilnius? Not really people knows what is that. So that's the city that you can, hide in. On the one side or the other side, you can walk through the whole city by foot. And if you ask people what they think about Vilnius, that's kind of a very interesting approach. So people think that Vilnius, it is not actually where Asia and Europe means, but this is something small but very rare. And nobody knows where is that, right? But when you find it, you think like, yeah, it is amazing. So I was taught that to be successful, I have to mention that there is a lot of local beers, a lot of breweries, a lot of stuff. All cool, and you can enjoy it a lot, so, which means that you can actually have like more connections with local people, more connections with people who you brought with. And the cool thing that I brought actually is the place. Euruko was in the conferences in the different buildings, even on a ship. So in Vilnius, we have a prison. So I promise you, if you choose Vilnius, we'll make Euruko in the oldest prison in the city. And it's so cool with all the things that's happening there and the absolutely outstanding afterbodies. I've been there. Trust me. Amazing stuff. Also nice food. So to be serious, like in Vilnius, you will try something that you've never tried before. And that will make you happy. Bring your friends, bring +1, do whatever you want to do. And we have a community. The last Ruby conference we had in Vilnius happened 5 years back. Then the COVID lockdown, and now we're rebuilding and kicking off back Vilnius Ruby user group in the city, welcoming a lot of people from Belarus, welcoming a lot of people from Ukraine, united a lot of Rubies there, so that's going to be awesome. A few more tips. Fly is easier to get to Vilnius. Don't drive. That's not a good idea, specifically with the price of the beer. Not everywhere pants are allowed. So this is just for a reminder. I don't know how seriously you can take it. And nobody told about karaoke. So Vilnius karaoke is one of the world famous karaoke. This picture doesn't show how it really looks. That's for your attention, but you will experience that for yourself. So please vote for Vilnius, and we'll do our best. Thank you.
That I heard a pitch where like, come to our place, you'll get into a prison. So, but okay, okay.
So, hi, I'm Andy. Get used to this face, get used to this voice. I'm on again in like 45 minutes. These are a couple of things that I do. First, Ruby Friend follows really nicely from the talk about juniors. If you feel like you want to do some mentorship, you're not getting the opportunity at work, go and sign up there, and I'll match you with someone. And if you're a junior dev who wants a mentor outside your company, also sign up there. It's me, a spreadsheet, and some mailing software. I didn't Rails new my way out. I run Brighton Ruby in the UK, and have done this. Next summer will be my 10th year, not 10th event. There will be, there's been interruptions. And what I realized looking back is that next year is Euruko's 20th year. Conveniently, you can go to the Wayback Machine and steal some logos for excellent slides. Now, obviously, what I'm proposing is some sort of great 20-year jamboree, decade-capping monstrosity of a conference in one of Europe's friendliest cities. And I fully intended to get up and do that, but actually I don't want it. I was sat at dinner last night, and I thought, oh yeah, this would be great, I have a massive Euruko. And I realized, I'm going to do Brighton Ruby anyway. You should definitely come, it's really, really great. But what I want is more of this. So I don't want your votes. I don't want you to vote for Brighton. I want you to vote for one of the other cities. And whoever wins, I want to encourage the other cities to put a damn conference on anyway. It can be small. It doesn't have to be 700 people in a room. Trust me, if you saw Matthias yesterday as we were all walking in, he was physically vibrating. It can be quite stressful doing events. It can be small. It can be different. It can be your own thing. It can be in a prison, if that's your thing. And especially I want to talk to the people who thought about doing this and then didn't. Because you should put on an event as well. You should put on a meetup. You should put on a small conference. And my commitment to you is I will help you. Email me, slide into my Twitter DMs. I will help you. I will help work out the financial side of things. I'll help work out the event side of things. I'll help you make it small and manageable and doable. Because what I want is more of this. Don't vote for Brighton.
this point, we have a special announcement. In a bit after this, we will go into voting in the Slido. But before that, as you mentioned, every event takes a group of people to make it happen. And very often, it just so happens that there's someone who's carrying a fair amount of load, and that's the way things are. At the same time, on my behalf, and I want to give soon this to Vesa, but we want to give a special thing to Matthias. And as they say in the boxing rings, they come up with these ludicrous, and into the blue corner, and I'm going to start, then I'm going to give Vesa, because there's a lot of things. And our organizer, coming from the blue corner, 2 times Euruko organizer, 4 times Frozen Rails organizer. And
Moi Matias. I wasn't told about the format, but yeah, now you're passing the baton of Euruko, and we were talking with the, okay, yeah, true, it's a gong. So we were discussing with the Kisko team that we should really show some appreciation for you. Like said, you organized Euruko now twice out of happenstance, and then before Frozen Rails, the largest Ruby conference in Helsinki, if you don't count Euruko, for 4 times. You've been organizer of the Helsinki Ruby Brigade for countless and countless of meetups, open source contributor. You were a coach at the first ever Rails Girls event, which was in Helsinki. So we want to present to you the Lifetime Award for Ruby Community Excellence. Thank you, Matthias. I think we are truly blessed to have people like Matthias in our community, and I truly want to thank you for all the work you've done, and hopefully you still have energy after a couple of months of mostly sleeping to maybe do another conference someday. Do you want to thank the Academy?
Kiitos.
Thank you.
The moment Matthias gets his laptop back, which is right about now, we are going into voting for cities. You got very different pitches, very different unique selling propositions from different cities. The voting will open in a bit, and our next talk is in 2:30, so we have a good 40-minute break here. 2:30, we will continue. Thank you so much. And we're going to go in just about 2 minutes. And please, people, remember to vote for the next Euruko city on Slido. If you have any issues with Slido, grab someone with a crew hoodie and they'll fix it. But please do vote, and we'll be going in just 2 minutes. Thank you. Next, we're going to have a love story between Ruby and JVM. In this talk, we'll dive into why you should or shouldn't use JRuby in your upcoming projects. We'll compare the language to Ruby and other JVM languages, discuss its limitations and restrictions. So, here it is, a JRuby love story by Yarden Laifenfeld.
Hi. Thank you so much for having me. I'm really excited to be here. Let me preface this session by saying that all credit is due to the team that is working on JRuby, the individual contributors and everyone, and all credit goes to them. So big kudos to them. They're working on it, amazing features, everything. I'm not a contributor, so getting that out of the way. But thank you to me, because I'm going to talk about Java at a Ruby conference, so that takes some courage, right? Thanks. So yeah, I'm just here to spread the word and tell you guys about my story with JRuby. So let me start by introducing myself. I'm Yarden Laifenfeld. I'm a software engineer at Rookout. I have a background of low-level programming in C and Linux IoT environments, and I jump around between languages a lot. So at Rookout, we're developing a debugger for production. We support 6 different languages, and that means that I can code in up to 6 or maybe even 7 different languages, not a day, but maybe in like a month or 2. So I mainly do Ruby, Java, and Go, but also C#, Python, JavaScript, and C++. And then one day, my boss came to me with a task: support JRuby. Now I was like, what? What is JRuby? So that's what I did. I looked it up. Now let me take you back in time to the year 2000. I don't know, panic about the Y2K bug is dying down, and maybe I could walk, but certainly not code back then. And a lot of people are working on a very big problem that exists in Ruby actually up till today, which is Ruby's performance. In 2007, YARV, right, YARV, is created to improve performance like 4 times faster than Ruby. But in 2001, JRuby is created for the same reason, right? So JRuby is 100% Java implementation of the Ruby programming language. It is Ruby for the JVM. So, OK, that's like a very, I don't know, general thing to say. And let's just jump right to it. Should we use JRuby? Should you use JRuby today? And let's talk about the advantages. So first of all, JRuby, because it's written in Java, like the core libraries and stuff, you get integration with Java libraries. Also, you can call Java code from Ruby and Ruby code from Java. And you may not like coding in Java yourselves, but other people do. And they might write code that's really useful for you. So you could just write Ruby and integrate with their code using JRuby. In addition, JRuby runs atop the JVM. This gives it access to things like threads. Threads don't exist or don't exist well in Ruby, but in Java they're great, and you really should use them. So if your code is going to use threads, JRuby is probably better performance-wise. Also, JVM is known for being good with long-running applications. The longer your application runs, the more optimizations the JVM can do on it. So short-running applications, Ruby is good. But if your application is going to be running for a long time, the JVM can take and optimize it, according to previous invocations of functions and stuff like that. There's actually amazing stories about people who have a service in JRuby running for 10 years. I mean, that's a long time. So JRuby has its advantages. And I found this GitHub gist from 2010. I was really proud of myself, because 2010 is a long time ago. And so Jordan Sissel, he was asked why he uses JRuby in Logstash. And he gives a few reasons, and I'm not going to name them all, but a few things he mentions is that Ruby had some breaking changes between versions 1.8 and 1.9, I think, and these were undocumented. But if you were using JRuby, you're not using the Ruby core implementations, and so you didn't have those breaking changes. So he could trust JRuby more than Ruby. Also, his code needed threads, right? He needed to do things asynchronously, multiple things at once, so JVM was the way to go. So in 2010, people chose JVM, JRuby. Not a lot has changed since then, but CRuby also has its advantages. And a big, big, big advantage is that CRuby has a larger community. So more people use CRuby than JRuby, and that causes that causes more features to be built, right? There are more people contributing, more people are finding bugs. So in JRuby, there might be an edge case that only you experienced, or someone else maybe a long time ago, but they didn't really get to fixing it because there were more important things and not enough people to work on it. So a large community is important when talking about our programming language is good, because a larger community means more support, more features. And in addition, the latest version of JRuby, it's still being developed today, it's still being updated, but the latest version is only compatible with versions 2.6 and down of Ruby. So these are the things to consider, right? Performance-wise, JRuby is there for you. But syntax, support-wise, CRuby it does have its advantage there. That's not to say that the JRuby community isn't supportive and helping, but just not at the same amount. So to the question, should you use JRuby? My answer is, I don't know, you choose. Just like between choosing any language for your next project, choosing between JRuby and regular Ruby just shouldn't be any different, right? Consider performance, consider support, bugs, things like that. How long do you want your code to run? And then choose. The big advantage of JRuby is that you don't need to learn a new language, right? I'm guessing most of you know Ruby, so changing to JRuby isn't that difficult. But I'm getting ahead of myself, because the task at hand wasn't to learn what JRuby is. It was to support JRuby in a debugger for production. So let's talk about that. I kind of split this into subtasks. So I had running an app, and this wasn't just running an app with JRuby, it was running an app with JRuby and one of our debuggers attached. Adding a breakpoint, so just being able to kind of manipulate the code and stop it at a certain point. And then the third part is collecting data. So a stack trace or local variables, stuff like that. Because if you just add a breakpoint and stop the code without collecting anything, that's not useful. So it was decision time. We support Java and we support Ruby. For each, we have their own product. So we have a Java debugger and a Ruby debugger. And JRuby is this weird mix of both. So what should I choose? Everyone was telling me to try to support JRuby and Java first. But I did the only logical thing I could, and I ignored them. So I started working on Ruby. Now, just to get you up to speed, this is my sample app. Very simple to do app. It's running on Rails. This is how I run it. Super easy. Now, I use RVM, Ruby Version Manager, and RVM comes with support for JRuby in it, which is really, really cool. So I could just do RVM install JRuby and RVM use JRuby, and I have JRuby on my computer, great. And bundle install, and everything was working perfectly until, OK. So bundle install didn't work that great. And for 3 full business days, and I swear it was 3, because I remember it was like traumatic. So for 3 full business days, I'm trying to install my gems, and I just can't. And I was really considering if I should put this part in my talk or not, but if one of you goes home and tries JRuby and this bug meets you, this is going to save you so much time and frustration. So apparently, when I was just a young Ruby developer, someone told me that I should set force Ruby platform to true globally on my computer. So that works great if you're working with Ruby, but with JRuby, that's not the case. So basically, JRuby doesn't support native extensions. But when I say force Ruby platform true, I'm telling Bundle, you have to use native extensions. And so Bundle is trying to use native extensions with JRuby, and JRuby is like, no, that's not possible. And it's just this loop of nothing is working. So the big fix is just bundle config unset force Ruby platform. So this is the slide you should be taking a picture of. This is the bug you don't want. And it's so easy to fix. But after that, bundle install was good. And I could run just like I ran my Rails app with Ruby, with JRuby. So I'm running Rails, and Puma is booting, and it's running. And you can see right there, it's actually running with JRuby. And I made no changes whatsoever to my code. So if you're thinking of moving to JRuby, if you're like, wait, maybe I should test this performance, and how long will it take to start my application, do it. It's that easy. Do it. OK, so I was able to run an app, but I'm still not done because I wanted to run an app with a debugger attached. So this is very easy. Our debugger is just a gem. So bundle add rookout, and then we have to add a quick initialization line. So I did that. And I'm running again. And rookout is there. It's working. And Puma is starting. And we're still with JRuby. And everything is working. So great. I can run an app. Everyone was wrong. Java isn't the way to go. And now it's time to add a breakpoint. Now, the way we do this in Ruby is with something called tracepoint API. Tracepoint API is very useful. It allows you to trace your code. Basically, there are many, many events that you can sign up for. So you can sign up for line, which will call your code anytime a line is executed or an expression or a statement is executed on a new line, or thread begin, or thread end, or any one of these wonderful, wonderful events. So you can just make anything happen once that event happens. So that's really cool. And what was interesting for us is the line event. So I can just create a new trace point, subscribe to that line event. And I do need to enable it. Just creating a trace point doesn't do anything, so enable it. And now, every time a new line is called in my code breaks and runs this callback method, block, whatever. But that's not good enough, right? We're talking about production. Okay, this is a debugger for production. We care about performance. So we don't want to stop at every line, only the lines that the user wanted to stop at. So we're going to enable two parameters. One is the target, so only on this method, right, the M1 method, our code will break, and only on a certain target line. So whenever our code reaches the M1 function and the 14th line, our trace point will be called. Now, I just went right ahead, and I just tried this in JRuby, and I just tried to run it, and I kept getting this error. So wrong number of arguments calling enable. So what was happening here? Well, apparently, remember I said that JRuby just wasn't that up to date? This is a GitHub task. It's still open until today. They just don't support the target and target line parameters for enable. So I could go back to just using tracepoint.enable without those parameters. But as I said, that's a big impact to performance. So for now, I can't add a breakpoint. And I go back to my decision time, and everyone was right, and I go with Java. So once again, we have our 3 tasks. It's back to the drawing board for us. And even for running an app, it's a little more complicated with Java, because we use something called a Java agent. Now, a Java agent is very similar to a regular Java program with a few extra steps. So first of all, it's a Java program that runs alongside another app. So there's no real use of running a Java agent alone by itself. As you can see here, we have our app, and then our Java agent is kind of attached to it. We attach it using the Java agent flag and give it the jar file, which is the program, the Java bytecode program. Instead of starting to run at main, it starts to run at pre-main, not a very big difference. And it can use the instrumentation API. Now, the instrumentation API is super powerful. Remember trace points? Well, it can give us something similar to that. It can allow us to inject bytecode while our code is running. So that's really good. And we can use that because we want to inject bytecode when we add a breakpoint. So JRuby runs atop the JVM, so we can give it flags to pass to the JVM. So we needed that Java agent flag, and I can just pass it that Java agent flag and pass it my jar. And Rookout is running, and everything is running. So this was even easier than Ruby, right? We're running. And now it's time to add a breakpoint. And first of all, quick JVM intro, kind of. How does languages atop the JVM work, right? There is Scala, there's Kotlin, Clojure, JRuby, and they all run atop the JVM. So what happens is that the code goes through some compiler, whether ahead of time or right when the code is running. That compiler produces bytecode, and then the bytecode is the same whether you're running Scala, Kotlin, whatever. And then the JVM knows how to run and optimize that bytecode. And so what happens when I create a new class? Well, in this case, I'm creating a new class. The class is called item. So the JVM needs to load that class from somewhere. So it uses something called a class loader. A class loader is an object that loads classes. So the JVM requests, hey, can I have the class bytecode for item? And the class loader says, sure. Here's the class bytecode for item. And maybe the class loader also compiled the bytecode or it just pulled it from a file. The JVM doesn't need to know any of that. But because of the instrumentation API that our Java agent has, we can add something called a transformer. And that transformer allows us to change our code. So what will happen is that the JVM requests the item class, and then the class loader will give the bytecode to our transformer, And our transformer can do whatever we want, like, let's say, add a breakpoint. And then it'll return the transformed bytecode to JVM. Now, this is just the tip of the scale. There's so much more I can dive into here, but we're short on time, so let's continue. So we have the way we're adding a breakpoint. And because this works for every language at the top of the JVM, right, and every language at the top of the JVM is compiled to bytecode, and that's how it works, I was expecting this to work. But come on. Of course, it doesn't work at all, right? So I go ahead and I place a breakpoint in a function that creates a to-do task. And then I go ahead and add a to-do. And I expect it to be active, but the breakpoint still isn't active. The class was supposed to load, right? I created a task, that function ran, and I just told you that when a function runs in Java, the JVM asks the class loader, and it has to load it, and it was supposed to go through our transformation. So I was really confused, but I didn't give up. I added another task, but that didn't help. So I was really, really frustrated, and I was just like smashing the keyboard at this point. But you laugh, but suddenly the breakpoint becomes active. So sometimes smashing your keyboard is the answer. But this was like, what was going on here? So let's think about it. A few spaced out invocations caused the class not to load, right? Nothing was happening. 2 tasks, nothing. But then many rapid invocations, which is me just doing this, and the class is loaded. This is just screaming JIT to me. So I went ahead, and I found out that JRuby has 3 compilation modes. Okay? Interpretation, JIT, and compilation. So for interpretation, JRuby has its own Ruby interpreter inside the code. So in interpretation mode, it's only interpreting line by line, which is why no bytecode is loading, right? Because it's just doing it line by line. It's not loading classes. The JVM doesn't even know that what's running is actually Ruby code. Then it has compilation, where it does the exact opposite. And every class in Ruby, in JRuby, I guess, in Ruby, is loaded as a Java class. So in compilation mode, it will go through that class loader and that transformer. And then JIT is a nice compromise between them, right? Like, interpretation is fast. You don't need to compile everything all the time. But then if something is run a lot, we might want to compile it because compilation is faster than interpretation at runtime. So JIT will just take the hotspots, the places in our code that run many times, and compile only them. So when I was running my code once or twice, it was just like, nah, this isn't important. I'll interpret at any time, every time. But when I was rerunning it again and again and again and again, in a very short span of time, JRuby was like, hey, this seems like a very important place in my code. I should probably compile this. And that's why it was going through the class loader, and it was working. And thank God, because JRuby allows me to force compilation. So now I force compilation, and when I add a breakpoint and I add a task, the breakpoint becomes active, because when the class is needed, it compiles it. It's not JIT, it's just compilation. It can also be just interpretation, but then no breakpoints will be added. So great. I'm able to add a breakpoint. That's really nice. But since nothing can be easy for me, collecting data is going to be hard as well. So I have our create function, very, very simple. And when I put a breakpoint on the line, you can see the breakpoint at, I expect 2 variables to be collected, right? First of all, that task variable, because it's just a local variable, and also self, right? Self of type task controller, that should be collected as well. But then this is what's really collected. So I'm hoping you in the back can see it as well, but there are a lot of variables here. Like I expected 2, and there's way more than 2. So first of all, we have class, scope, self, which is interesting because we need self. We have context. Then we have t task 15, block arg, and then v $V underscore a lot of numbers. Now, also, a lot of the things here kind of repeat themselves, right? We see that title fly to Finland twice in $2 something. So I was kind of reverse engineering this. I felt like smart that day. So I was like, okay, maybe this is the return value of each line, right? Because Ruby, every line produces something, produces some kind of return value. So JRuby was just documenting every single line and every single action that was happening in local variables. I don't know why, but that's what it was doing. And then I had all these irrelevant ones, right? The class and the scope, they were not interesting. But when I went to look at self, this was not easy as well. Because I expected self and then all its, fields. No, I got var 0, var 1, var 2, up until var 20. And I can tell you, tasks controller is very simple. All it has is, well, a list of tasks. That's it. So why did I get 20 variables? And then meta class and flags and var table. It was a mess. Luckily, I was able to parse it. And I won't bore you with the details because the details are boring. But parsing isn't fun, but I was able to do that, and I got the object. Now, for variables, we have our $T underscore task underscore 15. So I found this out last night, okay? I was texting with my JRuby friends, and I asked them, what's up with the T underscore thing? And I was told, first of all, we plan on removing that. So they might be removing it, and might be just called task in the future, but this is what's existing for now. And I was like, okay, and will there be T underscore task 16? Like, could that happen? They were like, no. So we just decided to put the 15 there for fun, to make you kind of contemplate why you're doing this. But no, you'll get one temp, right? The T is for temp variable, so you can just parse that. So out of all of those variables, I only needed 2. I don't know why JRuby needed the rest, but we'll let it do its thing. And so with all that parsing, I was able to support JRuby. Yay. Yeah, I was really happy then. I hope you're really happy now. But what next? Well, I talked about a few things here. Ruby Tracepoint API, Java agents, class loaders. If you're interested in any of them, I won't tell people if it's in Java. It's OK. But if you're interested in any of them, I'll be posting my slides and some links to go over these topics that helped me when I was learning them. So just check it out. I'll be tweeting about it. And I really recommend it, by the way. These tools are really powerful. If you're ever interested in what's going on in your Ruby app, the Tracepoint API, super simple to use and really helpful. So yeah, thank you so much for your time.
It's always one of the things that they say, if you can hide it, bring it to the front. So like said, if you're going to talk Java in a Ruby conference, you better start it out. And I think you did a great job. So thank you so much. Looking back, you've been doing from different points of view, but outside what you mentioned, what have been the main learnings you have had with what you've done with JRuby?
Well, first of all, that it's incredible. Sorry. It's really interesting. First of all, I had no idea that it was created in 2001. And that's a really long time ago. So I was really wow, this is so innovative for that time. So that was a big surprise. But also, I was just okay, JRuby, they already have that Ruby interpreter, right? They don't need to do that much work. But no, they have interpretation and compilation, and it's all written in Java. And as you can see, it's very complex. And also the attentiveness of the people that are working on it. They have a chat, and anything you ask there, they'll answer. And they also know everything that's going on in the code, which is not always the case in code, right? So it's really incredible.
Excellent. If you have any questions more, then just please approach her. But at this point, Yarden Laifenfeld, thank you so much.
Thank you.
There is actually one question that just popped out, Yarden. Will all your future projects use JRuby?
This isn't, okay. I said my considerations. I really like JRuby. I also like the JVM. So I think I will use that. Though, like, just check beforehand, because the missing features, there's not that many of them. Like, most of the things that you would use in your day-to-day, they work in JRuby. But if you know you're going to need something specific, just to make sure it works, and then that's like great. And also migrating from Ruby to JRuby is really, really easy. So there's no reason not to. And also back, right? Because if I've been on JRuby, migrating back to Ruby is also easy. So if I ever need it.
Excellent. Yarden, thank you so much.
Thank you.
We're going to have our closing keynote in a bit more than 15 minutes, but I still encourage, I'm looking at my clicker, not an actual clicker, it's a smartphone, but there are still few people who haven't voted, so please do vote for the next year's Euruko City, and for all others, it's a 15-minute break. the last cups of coffee, and we're heading towards the end of the conference. Of course, at this point, for the last keynote, I want to thank each and every one of you for coming here. Give yourself a big applause. I also want to thank all our virtual attendees back home, back at the office. If you're at such a venue that you feel safe, you can clap to yourself too, give the applause there. And obviously, everybody who has been working for this event, all the organizers, all the technicians here, everybody at the venue, thank you so much. I have had quite a few people come to me that say that even though most of us work with computers on the screen most of the day, no matter where you are, if you're at the office or back home, but it is just a different thing to be together. And like I said, looking at some of the video clips that I saw from the party last night, yeah, virtually back home with the Zoom, no, I don't think so. So it looks like we need this, and so happy that you all made it here. But before we're done, we have a closing keynote by Andy. And the topic of the talk is, Andy, please.
Hello, hello. Yes, I've gone full Madonna, which is nice. Right, click to start, it says on my notes. So weird that two of us are using this retro software to give our talks. And I brought the system up in less than 2 days, so I'm a solid medium in terms of my personal skill level. I'm kidding, obviously. Let me just quit out of this nonsense and start my proper presentation. So when I gave this talk in the US, I apologized in advance for the swearing, but I figured my adorable British accent would let me get away with it. But I am aware, perhaps, in recent times, a British accent might be received slightly differently in Europe, given my nation's recent history. Maybe I can win the love of the European room by demonstrating a history of British cultural exports. I know one person here shares my love of the Spice Girls, so that's 1 out of 700. Maybe the Beatles and the inventors of the microphone, another British gift to the world. Firstly, sorry for all that Brexity shit, and for the succession of idiots that we keep electing. If I did want the conference to happen in Brighton, I could also reassure you that your money will go a long way in the UK as well, because our currency is worth basically nothing now. Secondly, the swears are staying in, even if the accent doesn't save me. This talk is about history, not musical history, not ancient operating systems, but the story of our craft. But before that, and because who doesn't love it, a little audience participation. These are not object shapes, these are just circles. However, what you do need to know is that they are different sizes. Now, I don't think any of the distortion will, I think it's all the same on all the screens. There is a fundamental difference. So let's see, by show of hands, who is a good judge of size. Who thinks the blue circle is bigger? Okay. And who thinks the red circle is bigger? Interesting. What's the answer? Everyone who put their hand up is wrong. What was your instinct when the two circles appeared? That they're the same, right? So the real question is, how many white guys with a microphone did it take to tell you these two identical circles were different before you shrugged, said, sure, and tried to choose between them? Hold that thought as we bounce around the last 100 years or so. Welcome to Cambridge, an ancient seat of learning. This is how you might imagine it. It's 2018. I'm sat in the audience within the brutal-looking 60s-built Churchill College. I'm in a stifling lecture hall, a room full of people, but not anywhere near as nice as this. It's the Business of Software conference. Lectures from the good and the great on how to build successful software businesses. What the hell am I doing there? By 2018, I'm the CTO of a small software company, having started my computing journey 30 years ago, copying code from magazines into my Acorn Electron. Via a computer science degree to being a relatively early adopter of Rails. I'm no ingenue, as my receding hairline will attest. I had a little bit of a funny moment when the previous speaker was saying, 2001, that was a long time ago. I'm like, 2001? It's the fucking future. I've got decades of experience of handcrafting artisanal bugs for the internet. Anyway, back in the room of the Business of Software, a speaker comes on and starts to tell their story. I had never heard of them. And the story they told changed what I thought I knew about the history of our industry. Aged 5, Steve Shirley arrived in Britain as a child refugee as part of the Kindertransport. Convent school followed in the Midlands, and then high school close to the Welsh border. Steve excelled in mathematics, but given their situation, faced a battle to be allowed to take it. You see, in the early 50s, there was no standard curriculum in the UK, and each school ran according to the whims of the individual headmasters or mistresses. Leaving school and after becoming a British citizen, Steve joined the Post Office Research Station in North London, part of the early vanguard of the UK's post-war computing boom. Evenings were filled with an honours degree in mathematics, and another job followed after a decade at the post office, firing code into more early computers, such as this little beauty, the ICT 1301. So far, so typical of a programming career at the time. But it's when the story reached 1962 that I really sat up in my chair. In 1962, Steve Shirley incorporated freelance programmers with a capital of £6. Now, as I've already said, that's not worth anything now. But it was approximately the cost of a venti gingerbread latte these days, and not much more back then. So later, the company became F International. In their 2012 memoir, they said, it sounded mad. Drawbacks included the following. I had no capital to speak of. I had no experience running a company. I had no employees. I had no office, no customers, and no reason to believe that anyone wanted to buy my product. Nobody sold software in the 60s. So far as it existed, it was given away free with the machines it ran on. So what would happen to the freelance programmers? Would our hero be successful? Well, yes, it was the Business of Software conference. Given it's a conference about how to be good at writing software and being in business, yes. It prospered for decades. Projects included planning routes for Tate & Lyle sugar lorries, calculating depot locations for oil companies, and even the black box for Concorde. They went international. The US, several European countries, and even growing through acquisition in India. In 1996, they floated on the stock exchange only 2 years before this idiot started his degree. This is a huge commercial UK software success story. And they pioneered a few remarkable things. The workforce was primarily remote in the 60s. They worked firstly with overnight post, and then later telephones as those became more available. The workforce was flexible, both in hours worked and the strength of the independence of the programmers. Folks only had to work 20 hours a week, and the management and staffing of projects was really dynamic. The profits were shared. In 1981, Steve Shirley established a shareholders trust and progressively gave away a controlling share of the whole company to the workforce, so that when the IPO happened, over 70 employees became millionaires. Oh, one more thing. Of the first 300 staff, 297 of them were women. Steve Shirley made a success by hiring an unorthodox workforce, even as the rest of the industry was struggling to find programmers as the business world rapidly computerized. And there was a reason for that. Because this is who was on stage. She's an OBE. She's a dame. She's a ch. What the hell is a ch? The CH is a companion of honor, one of the highest honors you can receive in the UK. There are only ever 65 at one time. Current companions of honor include Ian McKellen, Paul McCartney, Elton John, Judi Dench, and multiple former prime ministers. This is the group that she is a part of. And I hadn't heard of her at all, or her trailblazing software company. She exuded warmth, insight, and elegance from the stage. Here she is from a TED Talk in 2015. I'm going to need some audio for that.
And in those days, I couldn't work on a stock exchange, I couldn't drive a bus or fly an aeroplane. Indeed, I couldn't open a bank account without my husband's.
Give me a sec. There we go.
For years, I was the first woman this or the only woman that. And in those days, I couldn't work on a stock exchange, I couldn't drive a bus or fly an aeroplane. Indeed, I couldn't open a bank account without my husband's permission. My generation of women fought the battles for the right to work and the right for equal pay. Nobody really expected much from people at work or in society because all the expectations then were about home and family responsibilities. And I couldn't really face that, and so started to challenge the conventions of the time, even to the extent of changing my name from Stephanie to Steve in my business development letters, so as to get through the door before anyone realized that he was a she.
Computing wasn't just happening in little old Blighty in the 50s and 60s. It was also happening in the mighty United States of America. Let's cross the Atlantic and find out what was happening after the war. The Second World War had seen the development of early computers under conditions of wartime secrecy. Actually, well, hold up. We need to go back a bit further and get some more context. But actually, before we do, let's just admire this background for another second or two. The term computer has been in use since the 17th century. It was a job for human beings. But it wasn't until World War I it became a profession. In both world wars, large numbers of human computers were required. And on both sides, these folks used the power of maths to make map grids and artillery tables. And most of these new essential human computers were women. 2 years before this building was constructed, Grace Brewster Murray was born in New York City. A curious child, she once dismantled 7 alarm clocks to see how they worked before her mother managed to stop her. I'm sure all the parents in the room understand that. Grace excelled at mathematics, achieving degrees from both Vassar and NYU, and married in 1930, taking her husband Vincent's surname. Grace Hopper got a PhD in 1934 from Yale and returned to Vassar, where she was on the tenure track. She took the classes that no one else wanted to teach. She'd update the old schoolwork and try entertaining new techniques, like building imaginary worlds in a mechanical drawing class. And this earned her growing student numbers in previously untrendy subjects, and of course, the unbridled resentment of her male peers. Then, when Grace was 36, this happened. Well, the actual Pearl Harbor, rather than the mid-2000s Michael Bay movie that's not as good as The Rock. Grace attempted to enlist, but was rejected because she was too old, too physically light, and too valuable as a mathematics professor. So she joined the reserves anyway. She graduated top of her class, and to her surprise, she was sent to Harvard to become the world's 3rd computer programmer on a 10,000-pound computing machine named the Mark I. Grace was invaluable in understanding both the machine's capabilities and managing the volatile designer of the machine, Howard Aitken. Aitken gave Grace a code book, some strange-looking commands, and 1 week to write a program that could compute interpolation coefficients to 23 decimal places. No, I don't know what that is either. The problem itself wasn't difficult for Grace with her PhD, but the machine itself was a mystery. It was the first computer. There was no precedent, and of course, no manual. Grace worked incredibly hard, applying her powerful intellect and extraordinary work ethic, not bothered by the less than friendly welcome of the male programmers who didn't want to sit next to the woman. Aitken's boat was a strict Navy operation, meaning rank and competence were uppermost. And this meant that Hopper rose through the ranks to become likely the most important figure in the organization, despite her gender. This page from her logbook contains a sellotaped moth that, attracted by the lights, flew into the Mark I and was beaten to death by the relays. The caption reads, "First actual case of a bug being found." Meanwhile, in Pennsylvania, the electronic numerical integrator and computer was created. This buzzing, electrically dangerous room of cables and vacuum tubes was similar, but orders of magnitude faster than the Mark I. However, there was a flaw with this new beast of a machine. Whereas the Mark I took instructions on paper, the ENIAC needed to be reconfigured manually, cables and switches plugged and flicked for every new job. Whilst it could blaze through problems in comparison to the Mark I, a second of processing could take a day to set up. Plus, their cable management was awful. What Grace found when she arrived at the University of Pennsylvania was that she was no means the only female programmer. There were many other women who'd been working in similar roles. These women were key to this pioneering work. They latterly became known as the ENIAC 6. ENIAC itself was 8 feet tall and 80 feet long and weighed 30 tons. It had 40 panels arranged in a U shape with 18,000 vacuum tubes each. And again, no manual. As Betty Jean described it, ENIAC was the son of a bitch to program. But program it they did, literally moving around inside the giant machine. The Bettys were the programming aces of the project. When the ENIAC was to be unveiled to the scientific community, they were given a short 12-day deadline to do an unprecedented set of ballistics calculations. It seems tech keynotes have always been prepared in the last minute. Despite working around the clock and drinking copious amounts of apricot brandy, apparently, by the night before, there were still serious errors in the program. The Bettys checked and rechecked against the test program that was hand-calculated by their colleagues. Dejected, they slumped home. The big demo was going to be an embarrassing disaster. But like all good programmers, the answer came to Betty Holberton in her sleep. She made for the lab early, knowing precisely which of the 3,000 switches to flick to solve the problem. The lights were dimmed, and the calculation for the trajectory rippled across the neon lights of the ENIAC in merely 20 seconds, which is faster than the projectile could have been soared through the air. The demo had gone off spectacularly. The Bettys and Kay hustled to print souvenir sheets of results and handed them to the audience. The event made headlines. The women remember flashbulbs, but the photos in the papers showed only men posing with a thinking machine, sold as a giant brain doing thousands of calculations per second. But as we all know, ENIAC was not thinking. It was just doing what it was told really, really fast. In reality, the only giant brains in the room were the women walking amongst the panels on the ENIAC, programming it. Lots of long words in this one. There's a couple of problems with the New York Times' breathless reporting here. The work wouldn't have been done by a man before the ENIAC, and it willfully disregards the weeks of labor by a group of bloody women to produce the demo. This complex and creative programming work was seen as sub-professional, clerical work. As Jennings put it, if they'd known how crucial programming would be and how complex, they would have been more hesitant to give the job to women. On the 50th anniversary of the ENIAC, they rebuilt the room-sized computer on an integrated chip that could fit in your hand. And at the same time, Catherine Kleiman contacted the organizers of the Women in Technology conference to see how they were planning to mark the 50-year anniversary of the ENIAC 6, who had inspired her during her Harvard undergrad. Except Whitty had no knowledge of the women she was referring to. The ENIAC 6 had been so thoroughly swept under the rug that even a group dedicated to furthering the status of women in tech had no knowledge of the work they'd done 5 decades earlier. These women invented the idea that you could write programs. The next time you write a line of code, run a complicated program, or find a bug, know that in part it's due to these 6 women who programmed the ENIAC 75 years ago. Despite the erasure of their work, both at the time and for the decades afterwards, these women and women like them went on to have major impacts on the development of our profession over the course of their long careers. Grace Hopper would go on to write the world's first compiler, the A0, in 1951. And Betty Holberton and Grace would work together after the war when the military projects finished. When Betty was working on UNIVAC, a successor to ENIAC, she not only ensured a numeric keypad was next to the keyboard, but she also persuaded mechanical engineers to encase the black machine in a different color. And so beige became the color of computing for 30 years. She also wrote a program called a sort merge generator, which, according to Grace Hopper, was the first time a program had ever been used to write another program. The spectacular dexterity in such a concept that we now take for granted was, of course, initially resisted by the powers that be. Later iterations of Grace's compilers became mathematic and flowmatic, until in 1959 she buttonholed a well-known computer scientist and explained why she thought it was about time for a common programming language for business. Meetings followed, and general agreement formed in the fledgling industry. And using Grace's Navy connections, the Department of Defense stepped in to sponsor the work. Now, multiple committees were formed inside Codicil with different time horizons. Now, as we know, committees once formed become unbelievable expanding messes where deadlines disappear decades into the future, and Codicil was no different. Grace immediately realized the only group with a chance at succeeding was the short-range team. Luckily, this was Betty Holberton, Mary Hawes, and Jean E. Samet. They referred to themselves as the PDQ committee because they needed it done pretty damn quick. And 3 months later, COBOL was the result. Now, it's pretty much no one's favorite programming language by today's standards. But it got done, adopted, refined, and most importantly, used because of the efforts of these three women. To give you an idea of the impact of COBOL, it's estimated in the year 2000, 80% of all production code in the world was written in it. That was a long time ago. In fact, I even did some dangerous research. Anyone got any idea how many Ruby jobs there are currently on LinkedIn? There are 12,000 Ruby jobs on LinkedIn, but there are 5,000 COBOL jobs. So we win! Yay, Ruby community! At the jobs board on the world's weirdest social network. Good. But that is still a pretty good showing for a 60-year-old language that nobody really likes. We're by no means special in our software writing world. If you weren't moderately well off, heterosexual, or a white guy, it has sucked for most of history. Here are some other brief examples. Crick and Watson were the fathers of DNA, but their Nobel Prize-winning work on the double helix was based in part on the largely uncredited work of Rosalind Franklin. In 1967, Jocelyn Bell, as a research student, discovered the first pulsar. She found it by direct observation, unrolling miles of recordings and crawling on her hands and knees, looking for unusual deviations in a single wiggling line until she recognized the pattern. It was jokingly called LGM1, her little green men, and she had to overcome her skeptical supervisor, Anthony Hewish, to prove her discovery of a neutron star. Guess who got the Nobel Prize for Physics? Not Jocelyn. Margaret Hamilton, the lead developer for the Apollo flight software and the famous tweet with the piles of paper, is credited with having coined the term software engineering. She said, "I fought to bring the software legitimacy, so those building it would be given the due respect, and I began to use the term software engineering. When I first started using this phrase, it was considered to be quite amusing. It was an ongoing joke for a long time." Oh, what's this? Is it a React conference? No. Savage. In 1968 in Garmisch, NATO convened a conference where a great semantic change was agreed in between ski runs. It was decided we'd no longer call it programming, it would become software engineering, a new professional version of our job. Journals, societies, hiring practices, certification, formal education. The joke had become serious, and the dudes had swept in and claimed it. What had begun as women's work had to be made more masculine. Radia Perlman, holder of over 100 patents, including the spanning tree protocol, an algorithm so fundamental to our modern self-healing networked world that it's no exaggeration to say that without it, there would be no internet. Have you ever heard of her? Susan Fowler joined Uber in 2015 as a site reliability engineer. On her first day, her new manager sent a string of messages over company chat. He was in an open relationship, and he was looking for new sexual partners. Apparently, he was trying to stay out of trouble at work, but he couldn't help it because he was messaging people on their first day asking them to have sex with him. She immediately took screenshots of those chat messages and reported him to HR. Not much happened. Until her 2017 blog post about the pervasive sexualized culture of Uber, the emails were only the tip of the iceberg. It eventually led to the removal of the CEO. And I've used mostly white, well-to-do women in my examples so far. The suppression of other minority folks or folks where other stereotypes intersect is even greater. In recent years, we've even dramatized these stories. Alan Turing's cracking of the code for the Nazis' Enigma machine arguably shortened the Second World War by months, if not years. He was a man prosecuted by the state for his homosexuality and chemically castrated. Dorothy Vaughan, Katherine Johnson, and Mary Jackson's battles with segregation were in addition to the difficulty of their work as human computers during the space race. The book is better than the movie, by the way, even though the movie has Janelle Monáe in it. Now, these films have their omissions, their fictions, their timeline compressions and composite characters, as does any dramatization of real life. And in this presentation, I've done some of the same, to highlight injustice as well as success. The fact remains that everyone featured in this presentation has had troubles and obstacles over and above what someone who looks like me would have had. Their contributions were minimized, re-legislated, blocked, forgotten, or ignored. That's an excellent suggestion, Mrs. Triggs. Perhaps one of the men here would like to make it. Because let's be honest, this talk's a bit awkward, isn't it? The painful truth in this cartoon from Punch is apparent in this conference too. I'm not sure if you've noticed, but I am a white, middle-class, middle-aged British man with a computer science degree who played a lot of video games as a kid. I could not be any more generic computer guy if I tried. Because it's not like this stuff isn't out there. The information, whilst perhaps new to some folks, isn't locked in a secret ladies-only history vault. I just had to bloody look for it. This talk isn't aimed at those folks. It's aimed at the folks in here who look like me. And let's be honest, even more at the folks you know who might skip this talk, or who are looking at their laptops right now because this talk is not technical enough. I guess the reason I think it's okay for me to say these things, to point this stuff out, looking like me, is that maybe you'll pay attention and maybe you'll fucking listen to me. So here's a few things we can do to make the situation better. Where can we borrow some great ideas? How about Web 2? Flickr. Who remembers Flickr? It was like Instagram, except Yahoo bought it rather than Facebook. One of the founders, Stuart Butterfield, went on to create the unmanageable nightmare hellscape of Slack, in which you spend your days. But the community that grew around the product originally was the responsibility of co-founder Katarina Fake. She was behind the first draft of their community guidelines, which still exist to this day. So let us, like those skiing chaps in Garmisch, steal a great idea from a clever woman. You're probably imagining your personal worst encounter with that guy right now. There's a lot of versions of that guy. There's this one, very familiar to me as a conference organizer. I won't be taking questions at the end of the talk. Say it with me. Don't be that guy. This guy is very wrong about this. If technology isn't political, why are big tech's monopolies being questioned by the EU? Why are the crypto bros so desperate to create a currency outside the power of government? Politics is just a formalization of who has the power. If you believe politics isn't built into all the technology that you use, you're just saying you're happy with how the status quo worked out for you. I guess what I'm trying to say here is that people should want to work with you on your cool stuff because of you and not despite you. Say it with me. Don't be that guy. The idea of humor as an assertion of superiority goes back to the ancient Greeks. Plato wrote, "Taken generally, the ridiculousness is a certain kind of evil, specifically a vice." Consciously or not, humor and its reception subtly reveals the contours of power in a community. Who is deemed fair game and who isn't. Actual funny doesn't punch down. It reveals a truth about the teller. if you have to qualify a gag using this language, you are not a comedian, you are a dickhead. By punching down or excluding folks, you're reducing the likelihood that the next brilliant insight from the woman or black person or gay person or even quiet people in your team isn't shared with the group. Bullies were not cool at school, they were not cool in ancient Greece, and they're not cool now. Say it with me. Don't be that guy. Say it with me. Don't be that guy. I'm going to dwell on this one for a moment. This is my headshot on most stuff. It's nearly 10 years old, and I don't look that different. Now, whether that means I was an old-looking 32-year-old or I am now a young-looking 42-year-old, I will leave to you. Now, I'm surprised I have to say this, but I know from kicking people out of my own events, and from the example of Susan Fowler, amongst others, that this apparently needs saying. I am not an irresistibly sexy human being, and neither are you. No one of any gender hearing me discussing the latest changes to the asset pipeline in a meeting, or even over a beer, is thinking, "Whoa, I hope this riveting story is followed by his hand on my arse." This is likely true for you as well. So seriously, stop it. Just to be clear, this is not political correctness gone mad. It's the cold, hard facts of time's ravages on the human body. So we've talked about not doing stuff. So let's talk about what's in your head. Now, my best mate's dad used to have a saying, just don't assume, or you make an ass of you and me. Now, as far as wordplay goes, this is pretty mediocre dad pun work. My kids wouldn't even look up from their iPads to give me an eye roll. But it is good advice. You'd never judge a book by its cover, and this points out that you look like a pillock when you do. I find it baffling I have to say this too, but when you see someone who doesn't look like me at a conference, don't presume anything about their competency or their career. Ask them. We in the know like to call this conversation. Now, even if you aren't that guy, remember the circles. Remember your assumptions about Steve Shirley when I first talked about her. It takes effort not to stereotype. If you'd ever like your assumptions challenged, I suggest you watch this talk by Saron, but I'm not going to spoil it for you, not even the beginning bit about the effect of talk nerves on the human digestive system. I am scared of getting it wrong. You're scared of getting it wrong. So many of our behaviors are unexamined reactions to perceived threat. For me, it seems to boil down to two different flavors of fear. Now, oops fear is easy to solve. You do your best to be nice, and if you fuck up, apologize. No, I'm sorry that you were offended. A genuine, I'm sorry, I misspoke, and a resolve to do better. The fear of things getting harder is a tougher one. You may well have worked hard as an individual to get where you are, but on average, if you look like me, it was a lot easier than if you didn't. You're just going to have to accept, on aggregate, that pushing against the stereotype is work you don't have to do. And honestly, the fact is things might well get harder for you when there's less ignoring of the potential of half of the human race because of how they look. Or perhaps considering maybe life isn't a race, a competition, and we're not in a zero-sum game. Or you can keep making excuses, and nothing will change. Finally, we're going to have a little chat about a couple of things you can do right now to make things better. Now, firstly, every manager I know well has a spreadsheet, either in reality or in their heads, about how the individuals in their team are paid. And every manager also knows who on that spreadsheet is underpaid. And some of those managers are in the room right now. If you take one action away from this talk, it is to fix the pay of the folks who deserve it. You will inevitably be fixing an inequality. Now, I say this mostly because it's the right thing to do, but as a side benefit, this will remove one reason why these folks might leave, which is going to save you stress and money in hiring a replacement for them. Open the notes app on your phone as you leave this room today and write down the names of the folks in your team whose pay you have to look at. You already know who they are. Why can't we hire women or black folks, they say. My gut is you're simply not trying hard enough. Sorry. And it's worth checking with your teammates and coworkers in an open and honest way whether the Whisper network is against you. Has your business done anything that might make it the subject of back-channel gossip as a bad place to work for non-generic computer dudes? Now, lots of teams have an original sin of what becomes one of these things is not like the other. You hire someone quickly to your team who hires someone else who looks like them from their network, who hires someone else, and then it repeats. And for a while, that's fine until our industry ends up looking like it does. It doesn't take many iterations of this loop to make a place pretty unappealing for the first person who breaks the pattern. It's more the case that most of these folks are too much like the others. You never built up the muscle of proper hiring or had to think about making an environment that might appeal to folks outside this demographic. Ironically, we could learn a lot from building teams from Sesame Street in how deliberately it makes sure it reflects the makeup of the world around it. If you're already in this predicament, you'll need to do the hard work to get out of it. Which brings me to this. We all like to give advice and make claims that our successes were made with Zen-like wisdom and not in a panic with our fingers crossed. Me as much as the next person, which should be obvious given the thought leadering you're currently receiving. But advice is tricky. What worked for you might not work for folks who aren't like you, or maybe don't want your career. It's too easy to say, if you have an entrepreneurial streak, to believe it's the one true way to happiness and fulfillment. At best, your advice pulls people in the direction of your career, and at worst, it's difficult to execute, or maybe actively harmful. So I'm going to suggest you think less like a mentor and more like a supporter with power to lend. In fact, this idea of using your power to lift folks up is the name of this tremendous talk by Amman Simmons. I saw him give it at RubyConf in 2017, and he covers this ground with clarity and eloquence. In short, the decisions you make push the world in the direction you choose. Only a tiny bit with each effort, but still worth doing over and over. Primarily, it's about giving power to others and not trying to be the center of the universe, said the man on stage in front of 700 people. So let's make that concrete. Look around your next meeting. When someone talks over someone, use the power you have to make sure that person is heard. Repeat their suggestions, give credit, and reinforce. That's hopefully what I'm doing with this talk. Wouldn't it be great if we took this cartoon and just stopped it being funny? Now let me bring this back to our community. I genuinely believe, in the vast majority, we are a pretty enlightened bunch. I'm not having a go, or saying we have massive problems. How could we? We have this wonderful acronym. But I'm afraid it's not going to cut it for us computer white guys. Our nice is insufficient. It's a cop-out. So how about Matt's is nice, and so we do the hard work and step in when folks are wankers, even if it feels awkward and difficult and might be easier not to. Now, the acronym needs work. I will give you that. But we need to use our efforts to push against the easy path of how things have been, because hopefully I've shown you in the last half an hour that has sucked for lots of people. And it's not even the big stuff. You should step in on the awkward small stuff. Take someone aside and point out where they could have done better. I know that this, big and small, is difficult, emotional, and hard. But then so is being someone who's excluded, even inadvertently, because of their gender, sexuality, or skin color. We can take this work on, and we should take this work on. And you shouldn't expect a grand thank you. And anyway, that's not why you're doing it, is it? For this talk, I've used these books, talks, and innumerable articles, all written by folks who didn't look like me. Different viewpoints on the same world. Stretching my empathetic muscles, being made to feel the uncomfortable, unrecognized benefits that I've received by dint of just looking like me. So I'm just going to say this to all the non-white dudes whilst I have the mic. You are welcome here. You make this community better. I'm sorry for the extra work you have to do. If you feel slighted or othered, please stay and shout, and we will make it better together. This is just a selection of the brilliant, impressive folks in our community who've inspired me, and in some cases, helped me with this talk. And for my fellow average computer guys, the urge to say, oh, it's not that bad, or I worked hard, or that's not what I'm like, is very strong. I know. But that's bailing out on making the world a better, more accepting, freer place for people who aren't like you and me. Let's take all those brilliant humans and not stand in their way, either deliberately or via a history in which you had no part in other than as a beneficiary. I'm better than that, and so are you. Thank you very much.
What can you say after that? You go all in Spike Lee, do the right thing. Andy, thank you so much. If there ever was a closing keynote, I bet that was it. At this point, I want to give it to Matthias for conference closing, also for the next Euruko city. I think you need to switch computers at this point. A few housekeeping matters still. We were asked, when do we get the recordings from all the keynotes? Well, obviously now all the keynotes exist, just like a minute ago. So the live stream, full live streams are visible at the website right after we finish the conference. The snippets or keynotes with that, they will be separate clips. That will be next week, as well as the official photos of the event. They will be there on the website next week. I don't think we're missing any questions. Matthias, are you ready? You can have mine.
All right, so I don't have a lot to say. Just want to thank a whole lot of people. First of all our amazing sponsors, like Cookpad, who were, as I said in the opening, the first ones to sign up, and we didn't even have a venue. Shopify, Meister, Florin, Brella, and also all the rest. And then I want to give a special thanks to Simo, who couldn't be here, who was organizing this with me, but he went and caught COVID this week, which was inconvenient. So a special thanks for Simo, maybe a round of applause as well. And then I also want to thank all our volunteers who are somewhere in here. Been a great help. And then, as some of you might be familiar, we have this tradition in the Ruby community of the Friday hug. And if you don't know what it is, take a photo like that of everybody hugging the camera. So get up, please. And if our photographer could come to the stage. Yes, go. There. Thank you. Right, so that mostly closes Euruko Helsinki. there's just one more thing left to go, 2023. It was an extremely tight competition, but in the end, the winner is Brighton. No, just kidding. You should have seen Andy's face. No, the real winner is Vilnius. Come on up.
So we are 2%.
Yes. Usually Mats would do this part, but he's not here, unfortunately, so you'll have to do with me.
So when it was a statistic, and the majority was 22%, and Lithuania took 2%, I thought it's going to be like 2%. But we doubled the size. So 2% means actually 5%. And it means that we have 5 more chances. So we are all from Lithuania, and we are welcome, all of you, to come next year to us, and we'll make the Euruko super great again. So thank you very much. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. And that's it for Euruko 2022. Thank you, everybody, for coming. It's been great, and I'm very glad it's all over. Thanks.
Excellent. Like Matthias said, it's not passing of the baton, the passing of the gong to the next city. Excellent. That's it. We're done. Thank you so much, whether you participated from your home office, or if you were actually here. Thank you. Safe travels. All the best. Bye-bye.